Trailblazer Stadium, Dixie State football with you. We apologize for that music. It should be stopping here momentarily. But we are live at Trailblazer Stadium. It's the That's Trucking pregame show as the Trailblazers here on homecoming and on senior day get set to face one of the toughest challenges of the season in number 6 Colorado School Mines here at Trailblazer Stadium. Again, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Carrick Segmiller, and with three-man crew today, with me is Drayson Ball. You've grown accustomed to him. Also, Andy Thompson back on the broadcast for the first time this season after the last 2 years being on the call with me. Excited to have you both with me here today. Should be a great matchup. Drayson, let's start with you. What do you see? Quick hitter thoughts on this game before we dive into the meat of it.
I mean, Colorado, they're a great team. I mean, honestly, they're the top offense in the country, number one offense in the country. They've got a star quarterback, they've got a star running back, they've got a star wide receiver, and they are just loaded offensively. It's going to be a really tough matchup for the Trailblazers today. They have to play a perfect game if they want to come victorious.
Looks like our request has been granted. They've turned the music down a little bit. We had that talk with them before they knew we were going to be down here. Well, now it's coming back up again, but we're excited to be here in the Dash Trucking pregame show. Andy, let's toss it over to you. What do you see in your quick hitter thoughts in this matchup between Dixie State and Colorado School Mines before we dive into the heart of this discussion?
Well, when Colorado Mines hired Greg Brandon about 3 years ago, it was an absolute home run hire. He's a magnet for guys like Isaac, who came in at quarterback as a bounce back this year, and it's just like you were saying, one of the best offenses in the country throwing the ball, but they also got one of the best running backs in the conference.
Yeah, it's almost not fair, and we'll talk about their three main guys a little bit later in the next segment in our Keys to the Game segment, but All-Americans at quarterback, at receiver, at running back, all over the field, and it'll be a tough task for Dixie State ahead here in this ball game. Let's look at Colorado School of Mines a little bit closer. We'll look at both teams' season at a glance. Obviously, Colorado School of Mines 9-0 overall, 8-0 in the Rocky Mountain Athletic Conference. And as you go down through, I mean, really have not been tested too much. Their toughest test was September 15th in a home victory over Colorado State Pueblo, 35-21. That was the NCAA Division II showcase that week. It was on ESPN3. Everyone was looking forward to that game. And Colorado School of Mines was able to come out victorious in that. They rolled past Mesa 72-31, and then even a win over a tough GNAC team in Azusa Pacific a couple of weeks ago. And just last week, Andy dropped 84 points on South Dakota Mines. So this team could put points up, but they're good defensively as well.
And that game against South Dakota Mines, that was 42-42, I believe, at half. And then the second half, they just go off. Their ability to run the ball and pass it is unprecedented. Going back to that Colorado State Pueblo game, that's got to be the model that Coach Mack has kind of adopted, because they were able to hold Harker, Pueblo was, to under 100 yards passing. Obviously, they pressed a lot. They brought a lot of pressure right up the middle. So if Dixie State's going to contain Harker, they've got to figure out a way to make him uncomfortable in the pocket.
Absolutely good stuff there from Andy. Drayson, let's go over to you as we take a look at this Colorado Mines. Colorado School of Mines. I got to catch myself. It's officially Colorado School of Mines, or just Mines, not Colorado Mines. So we'll do our best to look to that. But, Andy pulls out the CSU Pueblo game as a good game plan for Dixie State. As you go down through this schedule, is there anything else that jumps off the page that maybe, Dixie State and their coaches have been able to look at a certain game that Colorado School of Mines has done to form a game plan?
Well, obviously, you've got to look at last week's game against South Dakota Mines. I mean, obviously putting up 84 points. That's the juggernaut offense that we've been talking about. They're second in the nation in passing yards, just over 330 a game. They are the number one offense in the country, and obviously when you put up 84 yards, that's the thing that's going to stand out to you most. And in my opinion, that's what's going to be Dixie State's toughest obstacle to overcome today, is that tremendous offense, and that's what they have to do if they want to be successful.
So that's Colorado School of Mines at a glance, and we'll get to some stats here in just a moment. But number 6,
if you're looking for ways to support our
nationally ranked
athletes,
in the NCAA Division II, 9-0, 8-0 in the RMAC. Let's look at Dixie State. They come into this game 5-4 overall, 5-3 in the Rocky Mountain Athletic Conference. And a team that, not that long ago was 5-1
Twitter and Snapchat,
in the Rocky Mountain Athletic Conference. And sorry, they're messing with the audio levels again, so I apologize for that. But Dixie State has had an up-and-down season, a great start. For the first time since being in the RMAC, Drayson, let's start with you here. We can say that they've defeated the teams that they probably should have defeated at this point. And then those toss-up games this year have been the Chadron State game and the Colorado Mesa game. They we're not able to get wins in those games, but so far to this point, kind of an up and down. We've seen some of the highest highs and maybe a few of the lowest lows over the last couple of weeks of this season.
They played well earlier in the season, and obviously the last 2 weeks have not gone the way that they've wanted it to. But you got to look at the positives in those 2 weeks. They were in those games for the majority of them, and they had their chances to win late in those games. Obviously, the Mesa game kind of got out of hand towards the end, but they certainly had the opportunity, and they were right there to win those games. And so if you go back and look at those ones that spin a positive light on them, you got to be able to take that and go into today's game thinking, we can compete with these teams, we can play with these teams, and you got to go out and do that today and improve on the things that have kind of kept you back in the last couple of weeks.
One of those things, Andy, a couple of weeks ago, and we've harped on this a little bit over the last couple of weeks on our Trailblazer Weekly show, Dixie State at Chadron State had major issues in the red zone. Had 5 empty possessions in the red zone. Did a little bit better last week against Colorado Mesa. But you, against a team like Colorado School of Mines, you get in the red zone, you have to convert. You cannot leave those empty possessions.
I totally agree. I think last week they improved there. I think they were 3 for 3. But I think this week they've got to look at field goals almost like a turnover, almost like a punt. You can't kick field goals against this team. Also, when you're on the plus side of the field, any punt is a failure. A lot of 4-down territory I anticipate when they're on their side of the field for Dixie State. You've got to match their aggressiveness, and you can't go in the fetal position and play conservative against Mines.
Let's look at the tail of the tape. Let's do some stat comparison where we dive into the numbers comparing these two schools. And let's start with scoring offense. Andy, obviously a big disparity there. Colorado School of Mines, one of the country's leaders in Division II in scoring, 50.6 points per game to just 26.4 points per game. Obviously, you talk about slowing down the game, maybe try to establish the run game, shortening the game. What does Dixie State need to do to bring in that wide gap in the scoring?
Well, CJ Luongo has got to probably rush it a lot tonight, and also rush it for probably over 4 yards a carry. Struggled a little bit against Grand Valley State, was around 2 yards. Black Hills, he struggled a little bit, but he is their bread and butter between the tackles. He's got to be able to run it. And then defensively, the good news for Dixie State is they're the second best pass defense in the league this year, and they lead the league in sacks. So I think on defense they can surprise Mines a little bit and put pressure and maybe force them into punts. Mines only punted it twice last week. They got to punt it a lot more today against Dixie State.
And here comes music once again. A new sound system this year that just blares right at the field. Hopefully you can hear us. Had a discussion with them to turn it down, but they're obviously not going to grant that request anymore. But Drayson, let's go over you as we look at this, at some other stats. We looked at the scoring offense. Dixie State rushing the ball has not been as good this year as in the past. Throwing the ball more. Dixie State rushing for about 137 yards per game. But Colorado School of Mines 219 yards per game. What do you look at in terms of this stat comparison? Where can Dixie State exploit? What can they take advantage of? Because Colorado School of Mines has the advantage on most categories on paper. What do you look for Dixie State to do to try to, even that out?
I think I got to agree with Andy. The run game for the Trailblazers has to be on point today. We talked about on the Trailblazers Weekly show a couple days ago. When the Trailblazers outrush their opponent, they have a winning record versus when they do not outrush their opponent, they have a losing record. That's got to be the focus for me coming into today's game. You got to have CJ Luongo. You got to have those guys going in a way today to be able to carry your offense. That will open things up for the pass game as well, which we know has been tremendous. But it all starts with the run game for me.
Total offense numbers, just to give you a few more of these numbers, Colorado School of Mines leads the country, 552.3 yards per game. Dixie State, nothing to turn your nose at, 428 yards per game. That's still pretty solid. They got to make sure they make those yards count. One big thing for me, though, too, is third down conversion. Colorado School of Mines converting at a 51% clip, 63 out of 124. Dixie State just 33%, 45 and 138. That's one of my big things. Dixie State has got to be efficient on third down. Quickly, before we run to our first break, let's give you the series history between these two teams. This is just the third all-time meeting between Dixie State and Colorado School of Mines. 2 years ago, the Orediggers came in here on homecoming. You were with me on that game, Andy, a couple years ago. 62-27 win for Colorado School of Mines in 2016. Last year, Dixie State feels like that's the game that really got away from them. That was the difference between getting another winning season and not, as they had an opportunity. They got down in the red zone and a fumble on the 22-yard line that would have been the go-ahead touchdown. Leads to a 19-17 loss for Dixie State in Golden, and a tough task for Dixie State. They try to go 0-3 over the last 3 years against Colorado School of Mines. Let's take our first break. When we come back, we will give you some keys to the game as well as look at some key players for both teams. It's the Dixie State Dad's Trucking pregame show. 60-second timeout, just to 60, and right back on the Trailblazer Football Network.
At left tackle.
There is a place where looking out means looking in, where an impression lasting only a few seconds will be imprinted on a life forever, where courage is forged and innocence rediscovered, where remembering is rewarding and forgetting unforgettable. There is a place where truth is felt and where seeing is believing. There is a place.
Radio Dixie 91.3. We don't play that. Nope, not that. A big fat no there. That's what we play. And stuff like that. On St. George's only alternative, Radio Dixie 91.3. Oh, and from 9 till midnight, we play this. I need a one dance. And this. Radio Dixie 91.3 FM.
Pre-game show. We are live on TV, radio, and internet. Today, happy to be back on ESPN Radio 97.7 as well. Andy Thompson joining us, as well as Drayson Ball. I am, of course, Carrick Segmore, our second segment of our pregame show. We're going to break things down. Let's look at some key players for both teams before we give you some overall keys to the game. We've got some highlights for these players on the TV and internet side as well, so hope you enjoy those. Let's start with Colorado School of Mines, and Drayson, we'll start over here with you. Obviously, the quarterback is the captain of a team. It all starts with quarterback play, and Colorado School of Mines over the last few years have been fantastic at that position. They had a couple of years ago the Harlan Hill Trophy winner. That's the D2 Player of the Year, and now this year Isaac Harker making a case for that award as well. It all starts with Isaac Harker, the quarterback here for Colorado School of Mines.
And he'd be a great candidate to get that award, Carrick. He is third in the nation for passing yards, first in the nation in passing touchdowns, thrown for over 2,000 yards this season, almost going to be the 3,000-yard mark. But he's a tremendous quarterback. He's going to be able to spread the ball to both of the receivers. He's going to be able to run if he needs to. He's a very tremendous athlete, and he leads the nation in many stats. And he's one of their keys to their offense.
Of course, quarterback can't do it by himself. You got to have a good offensive line, and if you're throwing the ball primarily like Colorado School of Mines does, you got to have good offense. Andy, they have a receiver who has been setting record after record after record, and he's listed. They don't list him as a tight end, but he's 6'3" and plays like a tight end, but they can string him out wide. It's almost not fair. It's Brody Oliver, the All-American, one of the leading receivers in all of Division II. Brody Oliver really gets it done for the Warriors.
Yeah, Oliver closing in on 20 touchdown receptions on the year. Against man coverage, one-on-one, he's unstoppable. Down the field against zone, he's like a gopher popping up in holes wide open. He's had a great career. He's a metallurgist major, which I don't know what that means, but I think you can rely on him to always pick the right choice on an option route.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And if that passing game isn't enough, it's almost not fair. An All-American running back as well, Cameron Mayberry, and we know this name all too well. He ran for over 200 yards last year in Golden as the senior day festivities beginning behind us. I hope you can even hear what we're saying here. Cameron Mayberry, though, I mean, this guy has already rushed for over 1,000 yards, 17 touchdowns. He's unbelievable.
Next is a 6'1" defensive lineman from Huntington Beach, California.
Tough task for Dixie
Number
State.
99, Sebastian.
How about Dixie State now, as we kind of wait for a break in action?
Joined on the field by his father,
Dixie State,
his mother, June,
my key players
and
for the
stepfather,
Trailblazers.
Jason,
We
as
talked
well as
about
his
quarterback play for
grandmother,
Colorado School of
Christina.
Mines. It's about quarterback play for Dixie State as well. Mike Sanders has been able to overcome some adversity, some injuries, and he's been back in the lineup.
Next, the 5'10" receiver from Corona, California, number 18.
He's got to be good against the
Brad
defense today
Duran.
in Colorado School of Mines.
Absolutely, and if you look at Dixie State's overall quarterback production for the conference, it's at the no win, and that's because Sanders has been injured and he hasn't gotten other starts. But when he's playing at his best, we've seen him throw for over 500 yards once this year. And Mines will let you throw it a little bit. Easton Salem and Colorado Mesa were able to quarterback by committee throw it for close to 400 yards. Pueblo threw it for close to 400 yards. So it's not for Sanders today, and he can
Remington Kelly.
The passing game can't be everything, though.
Remington has spent 5 years on the DSU campus.
CJ Luongo had a good first half of the season.
And has been a staple on the Trailblazer D-line the last 4 years.
Few weeks.
He is accompanied on the field by his parents, Stephen
run
and
defense
Karen,
in
and
the
his
country.
sister,
Something's
Marisa.
got to give today, Drayson. Though I think for Dixie State to have a chance to win this ball game, CJ Luongo has got to have a big game.
You have to have
Next is the
everything
6'2" defensive lineman from Silver Lake, California, number 90, Charlie Coca.
Stars as well as CJ Luongo obviously have to have a big
Charlie
game.
is joined on the field today by his parents, Freddie and Lata, and his girlfriend,
That's what's going to
Isabel.
have happen today for the Trailblazers. CJ Luongo has to have at least 100 yards, if not 150 or more, to be able to really
Next, a 6'2" linebacker from Bakersfield,
About some Mountain
California.
America keys to the
Number
game for you
44,
as you see them
Jordan
on your screen.
Nichols.
Number one, this team
Jordan
Eddie,
is joined
has
on the
got to
field by
play
his
smart.
parents,
You saw
Jennifer
Dixie State
and Eddie.
early in the season commit lots of penalties. They were able to do a little bit better the last few weeks. Last week, though, 15 penalties
Next,
again.
a
You gotta
6'1"
play smart.
linebacker
Can't
from
turn the ball over.
American
Can't lose
Samoa.
your head in a game like
Number
that.
2,
very emotional
Shiloh
defensively, which is
Richard.
great, but when it turns into penalties, obviously,
Shiloh is
that's a
accompanied on the
negative.
field
But
by his
creating
parents,
turnovers and not
Shiloh
turning over
and
the ball is an
Eleanor.
obvious key to the game. But Dixie State has caused 18 fumbles on defense this year and got 10 of them. So that's something they're going to need to be stripping at the ball.
Next, we have
all
a
game long
5'10"
against
kicker from
Mines.
Queen Creek, Arizona.
Drayson
Number
is moving
17,
ahead in our Mountain American.
Anthony
He's
Reyes.
we talk about it with CJ
Anthony
Luongo.
is joined by
One of the
his
keys to the
parents,
game,
Martin
they've
and
got to
Amy,
establish
and
the
his
run game.
girlfriend, Bailey.
And if that means bringing Lawrence Starks in, if that means using Connor Miller out of the Wildcat, they've got to establish some
Next, the
semblance of a
6'1"
run game.
defensive
When they
lineman from
rush over
Salt Lake
150
City,
yards
Utah,
as a team,
number
they're hard to beat
54,
against
Tyson
the Trailblazers.
One of the
Roberts.
tough things about that today is going to be
Tyson is a 4-year
early,
senior
because if you
with the
get-
program
if you
since
get played,
2015.
14
Tyson
points
is
right off
joined
the
on
bat,
the field
it's going
by
to be
his
hard for you
parents,
to get that run
Nicole
game going because
and
you're playing
Brandon,
from behind.
and his brothers,
Not only does
Nico
the
and
defense have
Cash.
to play well and keep them in the game, the run game has to be able to establish itself early so that you can continue to do that throughout the
A
game.
6'3" quarterback from
Key to the
Phoenix,
game, and you just mentioned
Arizona,
it,
number
gotta
15,
start fast. You
Michael
cannot spot Colorado
Sanders.
School of Mines a big lead, or you will never,
Michael is accompanied
ever
by his
make
parents,
it up. So
Sherry
look
and
for
Jeffrey,
Dixie State
and his
to start
girlfriend,
fast,
Lindsay.
maybe even force a turnover early and help swing this game in their momentum. That's your Mountain America.
Next, a
keys
6'2"
to the game.
offensive
Let's
lineman
take a
from
quick
Provo,
RMAC
Utah.
glance for you.
Number
Let you know
71,
what else is going on
Tevia
inside of the
Tevia
RMAC.
Tau.
Obviously, the Ore Diggers right now, the conference leader at 8-0 in conference play. But they're going to be at the top of their game because they can't
by his
afford to slip
parents,
up.
Delani
Colorado
and
State
Sheila,
Pueblo
and his
right
wife,
behind them,
Amanda.
nipping at their heels. Should School of Mines slip up over the next couple of weeks, CSU Pueblo will be able
Next,
to
a 6'
get back
linebacker
into that
from
conference
Ryan
championship
Hawaii.
discussion. On
Number
the schedule
33,
today, Western Colorado
Sonny
is at New
Dewey
Mexico
Hoa.
Highlands. Chadron State is at South Dakota
Sonny is
Mines. Obviously,
accompanied
this
by his
game here.
parents,
Colorado State
Mariana
Pueblo is
and
at Black Hills
Sonny
State,
and his
and
sister
Adams
Samote.
State is at Colorado Mesa. Boy, that could be a very high-scoring game there. Two defenses that haven't been stopping too many people, but have been scoring a lot of points on the offensive side. So that does
Next, we have a 6-foot
glance.
safety from
Any
Los
final
Angeles,
thoughts before we toss
California.
this back to the studio?
Number
Make our way back to
13,
the
give it up for
Well,
Trayvon.
it's a David versus
Watson.
Goliath, and David in this case,
Trayvon
Dixie
is
State
joined
has
by
to
his
pull out
mom,
all the
Gwen,
stops on
and
both
his
sides of the
grandmother,
ball. They got to be
Betty, and his
aggressive.
girlfriend,
They got to go
Tiffany,
for it on
his
fourth
nephew,
downs, and they got to
Stephen,
send
and his
pressure
daughter,
on defense. And
Shania.
if they do, maybe they can hang in and maybe even pull up the upset.
Andy, or Jason, sorry. Last final thoughts from you.
Trailblazers playing
Next,
their
we have a
third-ranked
6'1"
team
linebacker from
this season,
Escondido,
in the
California,
country.
number
You got to be able to
22,
learn from what
Bryce
these teams are
Millette.
doing. In order to be a good team and to be a ranked team in the country, you got to be able to play like these teams do.
This has been the Dats Trucking pregame show.
Next
Should
is
give a
6'3"
shout out. I
defensive
mentioned
line,
behind us
lineman
is
from
going on
San
senior
Diego,
day. It's
California,
homecoming as
number
well.
45,
Should mention
Donovan
Dixie State
Williams.
is 5-7
Donovan
overall
has been a
here at
staple
home on
DSU
homecoming Saturday.
defensive line for the last
And then
4
should
years.
mention those seniors. There's 17 of them, but let me just say them all real quick. Jericho Dial, Sebastian DiMartini, Brad Duran, Remington Kelly, Charlie Coca, Jordan Nichols, Shiloh Pritchard, Anthony Reyes, Tyson Roberts, Michael Sanders, Tevye Tolutatu, Tane Tuifua, Trayvon Watson, Bryce Willett, Dalvin Williams, Parker Williams, and Ryan Wilson. So congratulations to these guys for a great career here at Dixie State, and hopefully they can send their team out with the win. I'm Carrick Segmiller. This is Andy Thompson and Drayson Ball. We're going to take an extended 5-minute timeout. Yes, 5-minute timeout as we make our way back up to the booth, and then we will have the starting lineups and the kickoff. Dixie State, Colorado School Lions coming at you right here on the Trailblazer Football Network.
Man, where's Carrick? The show's about to start.
Carrick Segmiller approaches his ball after a beautiful approach shot. This ball landed about 12, 13 feet away as he lines up the putt. He'll have this one for birdie.
Hey, have any of you guys seen Carrick?
How do you do it that way?
Segmiller eyes his ball as he lines it up. Again, this putt for birdie will win the tournament. He steps to his ball. The putt's on its way. It's got the right speed. It's in! Carrick Segmiller for birdie to win the tournament as the crowd goes wild. He is celebrating. He is ecstatic.
Yeah. Oh, Carrick, we got shooter in like 5 minutes. Let's go.
Come on, man. I'm just playing some golf.
Let's go.
Are we good?
Yeah.
There we are. Hi, I'm Eric Young,
And I'm Jennifer Kohler.
and this is we're coming to you right before our show that we go live with Talking Point Live, and we just wanted to tell you to make sure you join us Wednesdays at 9:30, live coming to you from the studios of the CEC here on the campus of Dixie State University.
Yeah, and you can catch the rebroadcast at 9:30 when we're not live, and 12:30 and 4:30 daily, weekly.
Daily, this is like way too much,
Yeah.
I think, but just in case you got something better to do,
Yeah.
there's all those times you can catch it as well. Also, you can catch us on our Facebook page at facebook.com/TalkingPointLive and on the CEC YouTube channel. All right, see you there.
We're basically very catchable.
Well, you are.
There is a place where looking out means looking in, where an impression lasting only a few seconds will be imprinted on a life forever, where courage is forged and innocence rediscovered, where remembering is rewarding and forgetting unforgettable. There is a place where truth is felt and where seeing is believing. There is a place.
Radio Dixie 91.3. We don't play that. Nope, not that. A big fat no there. That's what we play. And stuff like that. On St. George's only alternative, Radio Dixie 91.3. Oh, and from 9 till midnight, we play this. I need a one dance. And this. Radio Dixie 91.3 FM.
For over a century, Dixie State University has been shaping the trailblazers of tomorrow by providing a culture of active learning, active life. With a paradigm of real-world experience, mixed with cutting-edge technologies and rich traditions, we provide one of the most affordable educations in the West, set against the most stunning backdrop on the planet.
Hey, I ordered a large veggie with garlic herb crust.
Veggie? I thought you were more of a meat eater's man.
Oh, I am, but now I can do both. Look, flavor patch.
How does that work? What happens when that's gone?
I've got Howie bread strapped to my legs.
Flavor fanatics love us because we make our dough fresh daily and have meal deals for any budget.
Hungry?
Howie's! Flavor fanatics welcome.
From surgical suites to patient rooms to conference rooms. In scrubs, suits, or sneakers. With stethoscopes, computer code, or mops. We are all caregivers. Intermountain Healthcare. Healing for life.
Camping World is here to help you connect to adventure and explore the outdoors with friends and family. Offering new and pre-owned RVs to fit every budget and thousands of parts and accessories for any need. Camping World has it all. With over 130 supercenters nationwide, you're never far from America's #1 RV dealer. No matter where your adventures take you. Whether you need an RV, parts, or service, Camping World is here to help you every step of the way. Visit Camping World in St. George or shop campingworld.com today.
Trailblazer Football Network broadcast booth. Carrick Sagmiller, Drayson Ball, Andy Thompson with you. And we are inside the broadcast booth ready to get things going. Coin toss just happened. We'll update you on that here in just one moment, but let's give you some Lonnie Boy's Barbecue starting lineups. We'll toss it over to Andy. Dixie State, when they have the ball, Andy, who will be the starters?
Mike Sanders will be your signal caller wearing number 15 today. Seiji Luongo, number 25 at running back. Wide receivers DeJuan Danzler, Giovanni Sanders, and Isaiah Wooden. Kentaro Yoshikawa at tight end. And then your offensive linemen, Brandon Turner, Tia Malitula, Dane Hall, Nathan Ascavez, Tevia Tolutau, and A.J. Jurgensen is your place kicker.
And Dixie State is on offense. That's who's your starter. So, Andy, if Dixie State has the ball, who is the Colorado School of Mines starters?
All right, on the defensive side of the ball for Colorado School of Mines, watch out for Matthew King at the defensive end position. Luke Jeter will also get some time there. Very good guy coming off the edge, especially when he's going into the middle. Jack McAdams, Brockton Sterling, and then your linebackers, Jimmy Bauer, Grant Gale, Avery Mansfield, who leads the team in tackles this year, and Logan Bach are your linebackers. Then in the secondary, Anthony Markansky, Chase Nichols, Jeff Keating, and Miguel Rosendo, their punter, Scott Marshall.
Let's toss it over to Drayson Ball. Drayson, let's flip the script. When Colorado School of Mines has the ball, who are your Ordigger starters?
David Summers, Sean Odell, David Schommer, Sean Odell, and Brody Oliver. Rounding out your wide receiver core is Riley Hoff. Your starting left tackle is Riley Miller. Jason Vandergraff, your left guard. Your center is Cody Olstead. John Rosselli, Grant Stewart, rounding out the right side of the line, the offensive line, and Scott Marshall, the place kicker.
Thank you, Drayson. Dixie State is going to kick off the football, so Colorado School of Mines will have this to start the game. So Drayson will get us your Dixie State defensive starters here in just a moment. But first, Dixie State, Colorado School of Mines set to do battle. A.J. Jurgensen set to kick this thing. Drayson, who is back deep to receive for the Orediggers. It looks like on the far side will be taken by the Orediggers. Big hole across the numbers and driving his way across the 30 down near the 35-yard line. That's the backup running back, Brandon Farmer. Andy, a pretty good return, good field position for the Orediggers.
Yeah, good blocking up front, was patient with it and showed off a little bit of burst. And anytime they start possession without a touchback and they're all the way to the 34-yard line, that's big for this Colorado Mines team.
There we go, Drayson. I think we got your mic back. Do we have you?
Yeah, test.
There we go. We got you back.
Good.
You got to have the right things clicked and switched. I got some new equipment up here, not totally used to. First down and 10. Isaac Harker brings the troops out. We'll give you the Dixie State starters in just a minute. On first down, they give to Mayberry up the middle. Remington Kelly had him, but he wriggles out of the tackle, gets across to the 45-yard line. Needed 10, picked up 11. The chains moved. Drayson, Dixie State defensive starters.
Remington Kelly, the left defensive end, number 92, as well as Charlie Coca and Sebastian DiMartini up the middle. Anthony Arbo, the right defensive end. Linebacking core is Shiloh Pritchard, Abraham Reinhardt, and Alex Lilliard. And your quarterbacks, Darren Jones, with safeties Trayvon Watson and Mike Jones, and Jalen Moore as well.
On first down and 10, quick hitter to the outside. They pick up 8 quick yards. Pass is complete to number 1, Sean Odell. Colorado School of Mines offense is clicking early.
Yeah, Sean Odell, kind of the second guy, sometimes gets forgotten on this offense, but had an awesome week. I think everybody did last week, but he had a couple scores.
Second down and 2 going forward for the Orediggers. 14 minutes remaining here in the first half. First quarter, Isaac Harker firing to his All-American receiver, Brody Oliver. Good defense, able to break it up, nearly intercepted by Dixie State. It will be third down and 2 for the Orediggers.
Yeah, Alex Lilliard there in coverage on that back shoulder throw up the Orediggers sideline. Good to get a hand in there and break that pass up.
Clock stop, 13:53 to go in the first quarter. A big third down. Of course, Colorado School of Mines converting at a 51% clip in third down so far this season, 63 out of 124. Harker, two-step drop, slant route inside, passes complete to Oliver. Didn't get much, but only needed a couple of yards. Needed 2, picked up 4. The chains will move into Dixie State territory for the Orediggers.
And great defense there by Jalen Moore. In press coverage on third short, was right with him, almost knocked it away. But I like the look that Dixie State's defense is showing this series, playing really aggressive at the line of scrimmage.
Orediggers quickly back to the line of scrimmage. Twins to either side for Colorado School of Mines. Not Colorado Mines. Colorado School of Mines. That message has been conveyed and received multiple times. 13:19 to go. Read option. They'll leave it with Mayberry, and he goes nowhere. A host of Trailblazers there to bring him down. He'll lose 4 yards on the play. It'll be second down and 14.
And it was Wes Moai who got there first off the left end, was able to get initial contact, and then a host of other Trailblazers brought him down about 3 or 4 yards behind the original line of scrimmage.
Second down and 14. Ball back to the 47-yard line. Trips to the far side. Just a single receiver near side for Isaac Harker. He's going to fire to that single receiver. The pass is complete to David Summers on the near side. He'll pick up, call it close to 8 of those yards that they need for the first down.
And they're so good on second and long. Is whenever they lose yardage, which is very rare, to usually cut that in half and set up a third down and manageable. And they're so good, over 50% this year at converting on third downs.
The third down and 6. Already successful on 1 third down on this drive. Can the Orediggers do it again? Shotgun snap to Harker. Dropping back, has time. Fires across the middle. Oliver makes the catch at the sticks. Makes a couple of guys miss.
and he is tackled in the center of the field, but not before he'll pick up close to 15 yards, and the chains move easily.
And this is what Oliver does so well. He's able to just find a pocket in the Dixie State defense, and able to get open, make himself available, and then he's able to make a couple of guys miss, pick up a few extra yards, and another first down for the Ore Diggers.
So 2 for 2 on third down are the Ore Diggers on this drive. Approaching the red zone for the first time today, in which they convert in 87% clip inside the red zone this season. Read option, they'll leave it with Mayberry. Gets his way around the right end, hurdles a man, and goes out of bounds. Goodness gracious, if he lands in bounds, he might be able to score a touchdown still. But Isaac Harker showing off the athleticism, and that is why he has rushed for over 1,000 yards already this season. First down inside the red zone for the Ore Diggers.
An excellent seal block by the right tackle that time. That was Grant Stewart, who did a great job sealing off that defensive end.
11:20 to play here in the first. Harker firing to the end zone. Catch is made, and he tiptoed inside the end zone. Touchdown, Ore Diggers. Colorado School of Mines drives down the field, and I believe that's Riley Hoff making the touchdown catch. Quick drive for the Ore Diggers, efficient drive. They lead at 6-0, PAT pending.
And it's Hoff's 6th touchdown of the season, and that play's so hard to defend when they execute it that well. A back shoulder throw right at the pylon. That's what he's able to get in for 6.
Kicker on for the PAT is Scott Marshall, redshirt sophomore out of Houston, Texas. He's 39 for 39 on PAT attempts this season. Has not missed one yet. Good snap, good hold, and a flag flies. He pulls it just inside the left upright. We'll see what the flag is as we get the call from our referee.
Offside, number 8. Penalties declined. Tries good.
That was against Darren Jones. Penalty is declined. 7-0 on your Chick-fil-A scoreboard. Colorado School of Mines striking first. 11:13 to play in the first quarter. 60-second timeout back to Trailblazer Stadium on the Trailblazer Football Network.
There is a place where the sun doesn't hide in the winter, where the greens stay green and the crimson canyons still glow. There is a place where dimples determine destiny, and a tiny wooden tee holds the outcome in the balance. There is a place where we drive for show, putt for dough, and settle the score with another round. There is a place.
Welcome back to Trailblazer Stadium. Marshall, end over end kick. It's angling toward the sideline. Will not get out of bounds. Fielded by Trayvon Watson. He's at the 20, juking back inside. Middle of the field of the 30. A foot race. 45, 50, 45, 40, 30, 20, 10, 5. Touchdown! Trayvon Watson, no flags, and he has gone nearly 90 yards for a touchdown, and it's 7-6 with a PAT pending.
Unbelievable return there by Watson. Showed the patience early, cut it back in the middle. It was a foot race to the left side. He and Mason being chased by Mason Pierce, and somehow was able to tippy-toe down the left sideline and into the end zone.
What a play. We get another look at it here. Looked like he was going to be stopped in the numbers. Quick juke back inside, and he goes all the way for the score. A.J. Jurgensen on for the PAT to try to tie this thing up. Those are the kind of plays that you need to stay in the ball game against a tough Ore Diggers squad. The kick is up, and it looks like it is through. It is 10:57 to play. The Dixie State offense hasn't even been on the field yet, and we are tied at 7 on your Chick-fil-A scoreboard. 60-second timeout, and right back on the Trailblazer Football Network.
I'm Jimmy. This is my definition of fresh since 1983.
At Kneaders, we start simple, making bread from scratch with just a handful of ingredients. It's not the easy way, but it's worth it. Honest bread made without shortcuts. When you come to Kneaders, every loaf of bread, every sandwich starts here. Yes, it takes more time, but that's why we get an early start. Stop by today for dine-in, takeout, or drive-through.
Wow, what a play. That is the way for Dixie State to respond to the Colorado School of Mines touchdown. The Ore Diggers drove down the field, first drive of the game, scored a touchdown. And Dixie State responds with a 92-yard kickoff return for the touchdown. Jurgensen puts a foot into this one. It'll be muffed inside the 5-yard line by Brandon Farmer, and he'll have to just fall to the turf as he's able to get back on it. And Colorado School of Mines will take over at their own 11-yard line.
Yeah, it looked like that when he just took his eyes off it right when he was about to catch it. And then tried to recover it and wasn't able to get back to his feet. Falls there just past the 10-yard line. Good start for the Trailblazer defense.
10:54 to go. Andy, what'd you see on that kickoff return and the ensuing kickoff coverage?
Well, it's going to be a game of stops. There's going to be a lot of points scored probably on both ends. Dixie State did a pretty good job on defense, made Colorado School of Mines see a couple third downs last series.
On first down, they go with Cameron Mayberry off tackle to the right side, and he'll burst through the line. And we'll pick up 2 yards, second down and 8 upcoming from the 13-yard line. If Dixie State could turn around and force a punt here and 3 and out, that would be huge. It's a tough task with one of, and I won't even just say NCAA Division II, one of the nations at any NCAA level, one of the best offenses in the country. Second down and 7. They'll give him 3 yards officially. Clock rolling, 10:20 to play. Harker with 2 receivers to either side. Play action pass, time to throw, fires downfield, has his man if he can get to it, and he can't. Receiver streaking down the sideline was number 1, Sean Odell. He beat his man, but Harker put just a tad too much on it.
As Darren Jones in coverage, Odell had a really good release and was able to get up the sideline. Had his man beat, but the pass led him a little bit too far. Not able to bring that one in.
10:13 to go here in the first quarter. I want to remind you, it's the Triple Cast. We're live on CEC TV. That's TDS Cable Channel 22. We are online here on the Dixie State Stretch Internet portal and on ESPN Sports Radio 97.7 FM. Carrick Segmiller, Andy Thompson, and Drayson Ball going with a 3-man crew today, bringing you this homecoming and senior day matchup. Harker calling for it on third down and 7. Plenty of time to throw. Pass across the middle. Boy, he had a receiver, David Summers, wide open on the slant route. He'd already made up his mind to go to Oliver, and he threw it up and over the top.
And great job by Lilliard, who's got a tough ask all day long. One-on-one coverage with Oliver on third downs. Only sent 3.5 basically on that play on the defensive line and trusted their coverage, and it worked out.
Colorado School of Mines set to punt from its own end zone, and that is Scott Marshall. He's your kicker and your punter. He does a pretty excellent job at both positions. Back deep to receive for Dixie State is Xavier Smith. He'll call for a fair catch at the 43-yard line. That's where he will bring it in, and Dixie State will send the offense out onto the field for the first time. Guys, let's quick summary. Colorado School of Mines struck first, obviously, with the scoring drive. Dixie State responds with the 92-yard kickoff return for a touchdown, forces a 3 and out. Andy, let's go to you first. What do you hope to see on this first offensive possession for Dixie State?
Well, progress running the ball with C.J. Luongo is the first thing you got to look for, and then intermediate passing with Mike Sanders and Xavier Smith.
We'll get to you here in just a moment, Drayson. On first down, it is Michael Sanders, your quarterback, the redshirt senior out of Phoenix, Arizona. Division I transfer from Idaho State. Has plenty of time, ton of time to throw, and he'll dump it out of the backfield to C.J. Luongo across the 45-yard line down to the 48-yard line for a pickup of 4 yards. Great patience from Sanders there, Drayson, as he couldn't find anything downfield and found C.J. Luongo to dump it off to.
Yeah, he faked the play action to Luongo. He leaks out of the backfield and just gets to a spot where he's not around any defenders. Great hands out of the backfield, picks up a couple yards on first down.
Clock rolling, 9:33 to go. It'll be second down and 6. 2 receivers split out left. Devin Osborne, your lone receiver, to the right. It'll be C.J. Luongo. Starts to the left, cuts it back inside, and he's got a first down across the 50 into Ordiger territory, inside the 45, down to the 42-yard line of Colorado School of Mines.
A couple of sharp stunts on the defensive line by the Ordiger. Somehow Luongo squeezes through the blades here. Great job, patience, going to the left and cutting back right. He's so agile in between the tackles and gets a first down.
And that's exactly what we talked about, trying to get that running game going. Sanders, a bunch trips formation to the left side. We'll leave it with Say once again, and he'll pick up a productive 4 yards on the carry. Say will take 4 yards a carry. That is better than what he's been getting the last couple of weeks, so he'll take that all day long. 2nd down and 6 upcoming.
And that's what we talked about in the pregame, and you mentioned it. If we can get Longo to get about 4 yards a carry or even more than that, that's going to be what we're looking for today. He does a good job there on first down as well.
8:37 to go up on your Chick-fil-A scoreboard. We are tied at 7. Sanders, plenty of time, firing near side. Devin Osborne, he's 6'7", but he can't get up and get that one. A little bit too much on it. At least the positive thing is that Sanders threw it where only his guy could get to it if someone was getting it.
And kind of in no man's land right now on 3rd down. You got to anticipate 4-down territory. So with 3rd and 6, 3rd and right around 7 to go here, I wouldn't mind seeing another Luongo run to set up a 4th and gettable.
Yeah, it's a tough thing to say when Devin Osborne can't catch a pass. You know it's got to be a little high.
Yeah, 6'7", and he can jump out of the building too. A little bit too high. 2 receivers to either side. Lawrence Starks is going to go in motion. The running back fire inside. Devin Osborne makes the catch and splits between 2 defenders at the right hash, and he's down to the 20-yard line and inside the red zone, the Intermountain Healthcare red zone.
And the Trailblazers run double slants here on both sides. Osborne, the wide receiver, runs about a 5-yard slant. They're able to catch the ball, split 2 defenders, and get up inside the 20-yard line for the Trailblazers' first trip to the red zone.
Dixie State this season in the red zone, just 72%, 26 successful tries out of 36 red zone appearances. Kentaro Yoshikawa, the big tight end, is back at the left hip of Sanders. There to help create some extra time. Sanders will dump it to Lawrence Starks out of the backfield. No, that's Dantzler, excuse me. DeJuan Dantzler came from the left side and made the catch in the center of the field, and he will get, I believe, the 10 yards necessary for the first down. Yes, they'll move the chains. It will be 1st and goal right from the 10 for the Trailblazers.
And he goes to his 2nd progression that time. He's thrown it to a lot of open receivers. Got it to Luongo. Now the Dantzler on short yardage threw a bullet to earlier on in the series as well.
7:35 remaining in the first, and this has been pretty impressive looking drive for Dixie State on its first offensive possession of the game. Sanders with Luongo at his left hip. 2 receivers left, empty on the right side. High snap, play action. They'll lob it to the end zone, and that's incomplete. Looked like they're either Devin Osborne didn't get off the line as quick as Sanders was expecting him to. It almost looked like he was maybe trying to find Dantzler farther in the corner, and maybe some miscommunication there, and it just falls incomplete.
Yeah, it's Jeff Keating there on the coverage. He jams Osborne there at the line of scrimmage. I think that just held up a little bit, so he wasn't able to get to that pass.
Brad Duran, one of the fantastic seniors on this squad, back into the ball game. He's lined up with DeJuan Dantzler on the left side. Shotgun snap to Sanders. They'll fire to the end zone, and that's got to be PI, no? No flag thrown, intended for DeJuan Dantzler, and the defensive back, Logan Braden in the corner, just ran right over him. I think he lost his footing, but that's not DeJuan Dantzler's fault. He just runs right over him. And maybe it's actually Dantzler that trips up and falls down without the help now that we see the replay. I do that to myself.
With the benefit of the replay, it looks like he may have just tripped up on trying to backpedal.
I take it back. I digress.
It's tough to tell from
Clean
our
play.
angle. That's the very farthest place away from our angle to be able to see that. So
a big 3rd down and goal from the 10-yard line. Question is, would they settle for a field goal at this point, or try to take 2 shots at the end zone? They'll swing to Brad Duran, lateral to Luongo to the 5. A great trick play, but it won't be successful, at least getting him into the end zone. He'll pick up 5 yards. 4th and 5 from the 5-yard line, and they are going to send out the kicking unit. Great thought, but great coverage also by Mines.
Yeah, a little hook and ladder play. You see Luongo just slips out of the backfield here. The pass is caught. The toss to Luongo. He's able to get to the outside initially, but that's number 25 for the Oregon in Purdue.
Yep.
Logan Braden. And they'll have to settle for a field goal.
Logan Braden, the corner on that side, was not
fooled. And this will be a 23-yard field goal left hash. The kick is up, and it is good. That's positive. It's not a touchdown, but it's great for Jurgensen to see one go through early, and Dixie State has responded with 10 unanswered points. They lead at 10-7. 6:45 remaining here in the first quarter on your Chick-fil-A scoreboard. We'll take a 60-second timeout. Come right back on the Trailblazer Football Network.
Call it a path, or way through. It can be arrow straight, or have twists and turns. It's life's financial journey, and Mountain America Credit Union is here to guide you every step of the way. With timely advice and affordable products, this is your journey. Let's begin together. We're Mountain America, guiding you forward.
6:45 on your Chick-fil-A scoreboard. Dixie State leading at 10-7 over number 6, Colorado School of Mines. Jurgensen puts a foot into this one, and he'll kick it to that right side once again, and it is Brandon Farmer. Fields it cleanly this time at the 20, far side on the numbers, and he's brought down across the 20, just shy of the 25-yard line. Maybe the 24. We'll see if they give him the forward progress into the 25.
Excellent tackle there by Salih, Dixie State. And, you know, Colorado School of Mines rarely punts it, and they sure as heck don't punt it a lot twice in a row in consecutive possessions. So I'm anticipating kind of a big Brody Oliver drive here for the Orediggers.
6:40 remaining in the first quarter. The Orediggers offense scored 84 points last week. Hand off to Mayberry, and he's wrapped up. He'll pick up 4 yards, but with as good as he is, you'll give him that. And I believe that Mike Jones coming up, creeping up from his safety spot to make that tackle. Indeed it is. Mike Jones making the tackle. And that's the thing with Cameron Mayberry, is the first guy has got to at least wrap up and let somebody else get to him. And you see him run out of a tackle there right on cue as Mayberry goes off tackle around the right end. Needed 6 for the first down, and he'll pick up well more than that. He'll move it down to the 40-yard line. Chains move for the Orediggers. He ran through a tackle and was able to pick up the first down.
Just what you said. Sorry, Andy. It's just what you said. Sebastian DiMartini not able to wrap him up there, and he's able to get to the outside. And if he gets to the outside, that's where he's going to be able to pick up the first down.
And Cody Ulestad, the offensive lineman for the Orediggers, has had a couple different Dixie State Trailblazers on ice skates, pushing him close to 10 yards back off the line of scrimmage. Great block.
5:50 and ticking here in the first quarter. Been a pretty entertaining first quarter thus far. Parker will leave it with the backup running back, Brandon Farmer.
Brandon Farmer, the ball carrier.
And I don't know if backup is the appropriate word for a guy like Farmer. He's rushed for over 600 yards this season. We'll just say the number 2 running back. That backup can kind of have negative connotation. He'll take it for 3 yards. Second down and 7. Now they'll move it back. Second down, 8 upcoming. Farmer still the tailback at the left hip of Isaac Parker. Parker, design quarterback keeper, great play, and then gets a great block in the center of the field. Still on his feet in Dixie State territory, and it's brought down from behind at the 20-yard line by Darren Jones. Lots of stuff to analyze on that play. It started with the motion out, the fake throw, and then a big block center of the field.
And when Dixie State's just playing straight man-to-man coverage and pressing, the whole middle is vacated by the linebackers. And what a play call by the Orediggers.
Give credit to Chaffin Ross. That was the offensive lineman that was able to get into the second level of the Trailblazers to get that block.
He wiped out Shiloh Pritchard. There was no chance Pritchard was going to make that tackle. 4:42 remaining in the first. Hand off to Cameron Mayberry. And he's swallowed up after a pickup of 1. Second down and 9 from the 21-yard line. Dixie State has got to toughen up here on defense.
Yeah, Sebastian DiMartini and Trailblazer like Mike Jones on that one as well. And good coverage there just up the middle to not let Mayberry get loose.
.414 remaining here in the first. Second down and 9. Parker play action, looking for Oliver, fires it, and he makes the, he dropped it, it's incomplete. Wouldn't have counted anyway, he was out of bounds. Great coverage on the near side. Now the defender slips and falls down. Who is that? Is that Jalen Moore?
Jalen Moore on the outside. It does a good job being physical here on the sideline. Puts a forearm into him just at the last moment. No PI. It was good defense. So it kind of pushes him out of bounds.
That is the bread and butter play between Parker and Brody Oliver. That left sideline he loves. And you notice he doesn't float it. He fires it in there. Tries to get it to the big man and let him do something with it after. Big third down here. Third down at 9. Parker. Pump fake, rolling out to his right, calling for somebody, evades a sack. Now he's going to lob, and it's tipped and incomplete. Dixie State is going to force a field goal attempt. Colorado School of Mines doesn't give up many sacks. They almost gave up one there, but it's incomplete and a field goal attempt coming.
That was Milwaukee in coverage there to break that pass up. You saw the Dixie State sideline pointing to that side of the field as if they knew where that play was going. They called it right, had good coverage over on that side, and was able to force the fourth down.
And 2 possessions in a row, Dixie State is going to keep them out of the end zone. A huge success for Coach Mack and this defense. And I like moving Jalen Moore wherever Brody Oliver goes, whether he's in the slot or on the outside. That's where Jalen Moore is going.
Scott Marshall in for the field goal. This will be from 37 left hash, and he's going to knock it through easily. We're tied at 10. The teams have traded touchdowns and field goals now, and 20 combined points already here in the first quarter of play. 3:47 remaining in the first quarter. Dixie State 10, Colorado School of Mines 10. 60-second timeout, and back to St. George and the Trailblazer Football Network.
I take the road less traveled, run free, unwind, unravel someplace outside with lots to do. Green trees, red rocks, and don't forget that blue sky. The sunshine shining, sunshine pouring on me. Think I might just stay a while. Say hooray all day because the sun is gonna shine on me. Sun, it's gonna shine on me. Sun's gonna shine on me.
Radio Dixie 91.3. We don't play that. Nope, not that. A big fat no there. That's what we play. And stuff like that. On St. George's only alternative, Radio Dixie 91.3. Oh, and from 9 till midnight, we play this. I need a one dance. And this. Radio Dixie 91.3 FM.
And welcome back. 38-yard field goal officially for Marshall, and he'll put a foot into this one, and it's 8 yards deep. Isaiah Wooden is going to make the catch and kneel down in the back of the end zone, and Dixie State will start from its own 25-yard line. Andy, let's start with you. Entertaining first quarter, to say the least. 20 points already. What have you noticed maybe on both sides of the ball that's jumping out at you?
Well, defensively, Coach Mack is trusting his cornerbacks to lock down receivers. They've done a great job against a very potent receiving core of the Ore Diggers. And then offensively, a really good drive to start things out for Dixie State and their ability to run the football.
Drayson, what about you?
I mean, you've looked good so far offensively. You've been able to move the ball down the field in the one possession you've had. Let's see hope that continues on this possession.
First down and 10 for Dixie State from its own 25-yard line. Pistol formation. Delayed handoff to Seijay Luongo, and it looked like there was going to be a hole opened up, but that closed quickly. He does get back to the line of scrimmage on the forward progress, so no gain, second down and 10.
I like the call on a little bit of a draw on first down, but they weren't buying it. The Diggers, you'll see linebackers moving downhill right away on first down and just know where to go.
You wonder if maybe that developed a little slower than they wanted to. Sanders stuck the ball out, and Seijay was just a little bit slow getting to the ball. I think maybe if he gets to it a split second faster, he can hit that hole and maybe get 3 or 4 yards out of it. Second and 10, Sanders play action. Has protection, fires across the middle. Brad Duran makes the catch, Mr. Reliable. And you notice how as soon as he made that catch, he brought the ball in, got his head down so he wasn't going to be hit, and he rewards his quarterback for a great throw.
And a great touch pass there by Sanders, just able to float it over a couple defenders below Duran. You'll see here on the replay, Duran goes up and over and brings that ball in for a great chunk of yards.
2:55 remaining.
here in the first quarter. Dixie State, Colorado School of Mines tied at 10. On first down, hand off to C.J. Luongo, and he'll have to fight for every single yard he gets, and he'll get at least 3 out of it. Should take this time to note for UTV and internet viewers, everything you're seeing on your screen is student produced. Of our fantastic opportunities here at Dixie State to get experience both in TV and radio. Good looks all day long from the CEC TV crew. Second down, Sanders checks outside. Lawrence Starks cutting it back inside. He's at the 50, and that's where he'll be brought down. It'll be a gain of 3 and third down, and 4 if this drive is to continue for the Trailblazers.
The Oredigers drop into zone coverage. Osborne was covered on the corner out, as well as Danzler was squatting right in front of a linebacker. So really good decision there and good patience by Sanders.
1:52 remaining here in quarter number 1, and it has been a fantastic quarter of play. Third down and 4 at midfield. Snap to Sanders. Sanders lobbing outside. Duran, did he catch it? He did, but I think he's 1 yard shy. Fumbled it, was able to secure it across the 50 down to the 47-yard line, but he is 1 yard shy, and they're going to keep the offense on the field. They're going to switch quarterbacks to Trent Darms. A little bit able to move a little bit better is Darms, and they're going for it. 4th and 1 from the 47, taking a huge risk against a team like Colorado School of Mines and their potent offense. The question is, are they truly going to go for it, or are they just trying to lure them off sides? Play clock to 8. Down to 6 and 5. Snapped it. No, it's pooch punt with Darms. Pooch punt with Trent Darms, and it will bounce and go out of bounds. And it had room to roll, but it bounced straight to the right and out of bounds. And a pooch punt with Darms, and that is where they'll start. So pretty good things for Dixie State offensively there. They settle for the quick punt out of the backfield, and it's an 80-yard field for the Oredigers.
And you got to be able to trust your defense in this situation. You know, you've been able to have a little bit of success, but you got to be able to trust your defense. You know, put them back out on the field, and hopefully you get a 3 and out, and put your offense right back out on the field, which has had success.
48 ticks remaining here in the first quarter. Game tied at 10. Harker will leave it with Mayberry, and he's brought down. Who was that? Is that Shiloh Pritchard or Mike Jones?
I think it's Mike Jones. Mike Jones again has been playing like a linebacker from the strong safety position. They've had him up in the box a lot, creeping up, and he puts a big hit on the thigh pads.
And that's exactly what you have to do with a guy like Cameron Mayberry. He had a full head of steam. It looked like he might break that thing and go. But a big stop for Mike Jones. Clock rolling in 25 seconds. Second down at 7. Mayberry in the backfield. It's read option. Harker will keep it, and he'll slide at the 40-yard line. He's got such a good arm. You don't talk about how good he is on his feet, but he can do both. It'll be a first down for the Oredigers, and that may be the final play of the third quarter. We are under 10 seconds remaining, and Mines will walk its way to the sideline, and that'll do it. 15 minutes of football in the books, and it's been a good one. We are tied at 10 here on homecoming and senior day. Dixie State 10, Colorado School of Mines 10. We'll take a 60-second timeout. When we come back, we'll give you some quick first quarter stats and get you ready for the second quarter. 60-second timeout back on the Trailblazer Football Network.
There is a place where rocks bleed and nature blushes on a battlefield green with envy, where dimples determine destiny and a tiny wooden tee holds the outcome in the balance. There is a place where friends are opponents and opponents are friends, where the prize is elusive, the conquest is captivating, and the score isn't settled till the drinks are down. There is a place.
Okay, we are inviting you to join us for Talking Point Live.
Coming to you, not necessarily live, but tape delayed on the Community Education Channel at 9:30, 12:30, and 4:30 daily, from what I understand. But you can also pick it up on our Facebook page at facebook.com/TalkingPointLive.
And respond to us, right?
Please,
on
let
Facebook.
us know, because it's important to understand not only how our conversation is going, but maybe how is it affecting you at home as well. All right, Eric Young,
Jennifer Kohler.
Talking Point Live. We'll see you.
And welcome back.
15 minutes of football in the books, the fresh 15 up on the second quarter clock. We'll give you some first half stats here in just a minute, but before we do so, it's 1st and 10, play action. Harker across the middle, wobbly throw, right to the sticks, and Oliver able to make the catch. He picks up the first down, needed 10, got 11.
And just an excellent route, committing to showing a fly route, and then stops on a dime. And the defensive back was 5 yards behind him. Great route running and great delivery.
First quarter stats for you, total offense, Dixie State just 78 yards to 141 of the Orediggers, but you got to remember the 92-yard kickoff return for a touchdown is what evens that up a little bit. We'll give you a few more numbers here in just a minute. Mayberry, big hole up the middle across the 40, spinning to the 35, and down across the 30 to the 29-yard line. He is just like a locomotive. He gets going, and he is hard to break down.
And that's why he's one of the best running backs in the country. Once he gets going, he's got powerful legs, hits the hole strong, and then he's tough to bring down in the open field. Takes 3 different Trailblazers to strip him up.
14-15 to go in the second quarter. They go right back to Mayberry, and he'll pick up 3 yards on first down and 10 as they continue to chip away at this thing and draw near to the red zone. Once again, 2 of 4 for Mines on third down in the first quarter, just 1 of 3 for Dixie State. Colorado School Mines, 97 yards on the ground in the first quarter, just 17 for Dixie State. Trailblazers out passing Colorado School Mines 61 to 44 in the first quarter. Of course, we're a few plays into the second quarter, so those numbers have changed a little bit now. That's your statistics for you through one quarter. And this is Farmer, and he may go for the score. Did he get in? No, he did not. Knee down at the 1 yard line. Got 26 yards, but the knee went down. And there's not much drop off between Cameron Mayberry and Brandon Farmer. And he breaks it. Ordigger's going to hustle back to the line. 1st and goal from the 1. Back to Farmer, and he'll dive into the end zone.
And just a big statement drive by the Orediggers, ability to run, and that offensive line is swallowing up right now the Dixie State Trailblazers, engaging with the defensive linemen and driving them out of the way, and very powerful showing on that series by the run game.
Yeah, that's the Colorado School of Mines offense that we saw on the first possession. And Dixie State forced 2 punts, and then Mines drives down the field for the touchdown on this possession. Still just a 1-score game. Marshall on for the PAT, and he hits it, and he's a perfect 41 of 41 from that spot this season. 13:21 to go on your Chick-fil-A scoreboard here in the second. Colorado School of Mines 17, Dixie State 10, 60-second timeout and back on the Trailblazer Football Network.
Where do you find the titans of classical music in St. George? Classical music on Radio St. George, 100.3 FM. Where do you find the legends of jazz? Evenings on Radio St. George, 100.3 FM.
There is a place where young and old make connections, where kids feel like grown-ups, and grown-ups feel like kids. There is a place where beauty arises in contrast, where wonder is universal, and laughter second nature. There is a place where friends find a future, families find each other, and feelings find their home. There is a place.
And out of the timeout, Scott Marshall puts a big foot into this one. He'll kick it to the back of the end zone once again. Another touchback. And Dixie State will start from its own 25-yard line for Colorado School of Mines. 7 plays, 80 yards in just 2 minutes and 28 seconds. And that is the Ordigger offense that we were talking about on the pregame show and that we have seen all season long. Interestingly enough, Dixie State with 10 points already. This is a very solid Orediggers defense as well, but there are things to exploit, but they just say, well, we'll let our defense do their thing and we're just going to outscore you on offense.
Yeah, when when Harker's running it well and Mayberry, and they're able to march down the field running the ball, that is devastating for the Trailblazers.
1st and 10 for Dixie State. High snap. They'll pitch it out to C.J. Lalongo, trying to get him out in the open, and he's hit and brought down. Good thought just snuffed out by this Colorado School of Mines defense. And as teams in the RMAC have seen C.J. Luongo be so effective last season and through the first half of this season, they're just keying in on him. He's had a tough time the last 3 games.
Yeah, if you can get Luongo to the outside or even up the middle sometimes, he's able to make a few guys miss, but not there, swallowed up by a host of Ordigger defenders.
12:45 remaining and ticking here in the second quarter. 2:12, excuse me, second and 12 for the Trailblazers. Sanders to the outside, incomplete. Pass was intended for Giovanni Sanders on the far side. I think even if he gets his hands on that, he's out of bounds. It's incomplete.
Yeah, it's a tough route against zone coverage with a safety just waiting for you to make your move. And I thought it was placed a little outside, but right. Pretty good touch pass from Sanders nonetheless.
Dixie State will come out with 3 receivers to the near side. It's DeJuan Dantzler, Giovanni Sanders, and Xavier Smith. 1 receiver to the far side. Play clock down to 5. Snap to Sanders. Firing. Catch is made by Dantzler right at the sticks. No. Yeah, they're going to give him the 35-yard line, excuse me, and the chains will move. Referee stepped on the 35, moved back 1 yard, and then back on the 35. First down and 10 for the Trailblazers.
Yeah, Dantzler is able to get into the defense here against a nickel defense from the Ordiggers. Knows exactly where the first down marker is. Turns himself around, makes himself available. Catches it right there at the markers and picks up the first down for the Trailblazers.
.12:04 remaining here in the first half. Shotgun snap to Sanders, fresh set of downs, and he's going down. Pocket collapsed, nowhere to go. There was 2 white jerseys there, and they wrap him up and bring him to the ground.
And that's Brockton Sterling there, able to bring him down in the backfield.
And Sanders has been pretty comfortable in the pocket, stood tall, but this time just rushing 4 guys. They haven't had to send a lot of linebackers today, and this time from that right side collapsing, gets the sack.
Loss of 6 on the play, second down and 16. Sanders on second and long, fires across the middle, catch is made by Xavier Smith across the original line of scrimmage, and he'll pick up close to 8 yards on the play, and it should bring up about 3rd down and 8 for the Trailblazers.
Yeah, good play from Smith here. Just comes on a crossing route over the middle and finds a hole in the defense, brings it in for 8 yards to bring up a 3rd and manageable after a 2nd and 16.
Dixie State came into this game converting on 33% of their 3rd downs. They try to improve on that percentage. Snap to Sanders, gets a block, has time. Now someone coming from the blind side. He sees him, is able to duck away at the last minute, but a sack is made, and Sanders falls hard to the turf, and that is how this drive will end.
And the Ordiggers dropped 8 guys into coverage, just rushed 3. Sanders had a little bit of time, but nobody came open. And great second effort by that left defensive end to get back up and make the tackle.
Yeah, that's Luke Jeter. Tremendous play there. That's what you call a coverage sack. Nobody open downfield. Luke Jeter blocked initially, able to stay with the play and bring Michael Sanders down to force a punt.
It'll be Riley Hoff set to field this punt, and the tight end Cody Hobbs set to punt. Now that he's gone out there to punt, should note Josh Carlson not available today. He will not play, so Cody Hobbs, who I believe punted in high school, gets a good one away there. And it's fielded by Mike Jones across the 30 at the 27-yard line. I wonder if Dixie State players thought that might have touched an Ordigger, because they jumped on it quickly.
Yeah.
But a pretty good punt for Cody Hobbs, his first collegiate punt attempt.
Yeah, the big fella with pretty good leg.
Kind of reminds you of a couple of years ago when Robert Metz was playing linebacker and punting for the Trailblazers, because that was their option. That's kind of who they had at the time. And he did a great job too. But again, Carlson not available for the Trailblazers today. And you will see Cody Hobbs out there punting. And he had plenty of time and got that one away well. Harker on first down will leave it with Mayberry. He breaks a couple of tackles on his feet, cutting back inside of the 50, across the 50 to the 40, and brought down from behind across the 40 to the Dixie State 39-yard line. We've been waiting for him to break one of those. He does it there, and Colorado School of Mines in business.
And you see what makes Cameron Mayberry an All-American. He's just able to make a lot of guys miss, and it's tough to bring down when you get a chance. You see there breaking 1, 2, 3 tackles there and brings it into Trailblazer territory at the 39-yard line.
9:28 remaining here in the second quarter. 17-10 Mines lead on your Chick-fil-A scoreboard. They go right back to Mayberry. And he'll pick up 3 yards. Boy, no rest for the weary. You go for 30-plus yards, and you go right back to him. But he's used to that.
He
totes
is.
The ball a lot. He's built to take that as well.
Absolutely. And last year, he was their guy. I mean, he's the one who carried them to 7 wins. They didn't have a star in Harker at quarterback last season. It was between Justin Dvorak's time there. And really, it was Mayberry's team rushed for close to 1,700 yards last season.
8:48 remaining in the second. Appreciate you tuning in and making us part of your day, whether you're on TV, radio, or internet. Whether you're a Dixie State fan or a Colorado School of Mines fan, hope you're enjoying the broadcast thus far. Harker, slant route inside, looking for Oliver. And he had his man, but missed him just a little bit. Oliver not able to bring it in. It'll be 3rd down and 8.
That's a rare sight for Oliver, a dropped pass there. And you see Trayvon Watson will come into the screen late, giving a little bit of pursuit there. And just a good play for the Ore Diggers usually make. Fortunately for the Trailblazers, he drops that pass.
Big 3rd down for Dixie State here if you want to try to keep this a 1-score game. So many weapons on this Ore Digger offense. Where will they go here? Brandon Farmer is your tailback behind Harker. It's supposed to be a delayed handoff. Ball comes out as Harker is hit, but Mines able to dive on it. It's supposed to be a delayed handoff. I'm thinking it looked like Farmer went to the wrong side. When Harker went to hand it off, nobody was there.
And Dixie State brings 5. They were showing 3 high and going to drop into his own defense, but great job coming in later there. That was
Abraham Reinhardt got to the first
on the delayed blitz and mixing everything up. Great call on defense.
And as soon as they saw the miscommunication in the backfield, they got in there, and now Scott Marshall on to punt from his own 41-yard line. It'll be Xavier Smith standing at his own 10-yard line. End over end kick. Fielded by Xavier Smith on the run, 25-30, forced out of bounds at the 30-yard line. That is where Dixie State will take over. Dangerous punt because you don't know if that's going to hit a Dixie State player in the back. And as I bring that up, I almost don't want to because Dixie State against Colorado School of Mines last year in Golden had a punt hit. They had a great forced a 3-and-out towards the end of the game. The Ore Diggers hadn't been able to stop Dixie State on offense in that second half. So Dixie State probably would have driven down the field and scored with plenty of time. But the punt went off of a Dixie State player off his back, didn't see it coming. Mines recovered and then killed the clock. So anytime you see that, especially with these two teams out on the field again, it kind of makes you hold your breath for just a moment. But Dixie State will start at its own 33-yard line. Snap to Sanders, fakes the handoff. Pass complete to Dantzler inside, changes fields across the 50, gets a block into Ore Digger territory, still on his feet and is brought down out of bounds at the 31-yard line of Colorado School of Mines.
Tremendous play for Dantzler here, just a simple slant route. Pass only travels about 5 or 6 yards downfield, and the rest of it was all on Juwan Dantzler. You see him able to cut back across the field, makes a few guys miss, cuts back, is going the wrong direction for a minute, gets a key block on the far side of the field, propels him forward for a huge chunk of yards.
1st down and 10. Dixie State hustles back to the line. Sanders over the middle, incomplete, looking for the tight end, Kentaro Yoshikawa. Kind of a bang-bang play. Referees keep the flags in their pockets, which I think is probably the right call here. Good look. Yoshikawa just couldn't quite haul it in.
Yeah, a run-pass option. I thought he had Dantzler on the right side, but elected to keep it, try to throw it longer down the field at the tight end as a flag.
Now there is a flag sitting at the line of scrimmage at the 31-yard line.
Number 59, Governor penalty. 1st down.
And that's so tough for an offensive lineman who's expecting you to throw it right away. And when you elect to go ahead to your second progression and they kind of advance too far downfield, it's a tough call. I like throwing 2 times in a row on first down, trying to look for big plays.
Especially coming off, a long play like that. Defense doesn't get set a lot of times, and if you come up there and rush to the line, a lot of times you can catch them napping. That's what they tried to do there.
Our referee today is Jeff Reed, so he's on the mic down on the field as we bring you those sounds. Clock stopped at 7:18, 1st and 15. Hand off to Seiji Luongo, and it's blown up. He goes nowhere, and boy, I hope he's okay, because it looked like he got bent in a couple different directions there. He's up and walking, so that's good to see, but he'll lose yardage.
And the Ore Diggers just with such great gap control, the defensive linemen allowing the linebackers to come up and feel so much discipline on that side of the ball, and now they reset, bring in 3 new defensive linemen who are fresh on 2nd and long.
AJ with 40 yards on the ground today. If he gets to 91 yards today, he'll become the Dixie State all-time rushing leader of the D2 era. Snap to Sanders. Lobs it out to Lawrence Starks. Starks getting back to the 36-yard line. And so they'll have 3rd and long here. They're in that no man's land, though, so you can expect Dixie State, if they don't get this one, they'll try to probably go for it on 4th down. So you think you got, 3rd and long. Let me see if we can kind of cut it into 2 downs here.
And not a lot of plays for 3rd and about 15 yards. Got to get a big chunk of yards here if you want to have the option to go for it on 4th down.
Connor Miller is in the game at receiver. He's split out wide on that far side with Giovanni Sanders, DeJuan Dantzler, and Xavier Smith on the near side, and Lawrence Starks in the backfield with Sanders. Sanders looking, fires, and it's tipped, nearly intercepted. Pass was intended for Connor Miller. Check that for Giovanni Sanders. But it's broken up and incomplete.
Great defensive play by McCransky to tip it away. I thought Giovanni was open, maybe a little short of the sticks, but nonetheless, great job defensively.
It is 4th and 15, so you would have liked to gain, at least half of those 15 yards to set up your 4th down play, but it's 4th and long. Who knows, at this point, maybe you just chuck one to the end zone. Sanders drops back, has time, and he'll dump it to Starks out of the backfield, and he was hit as he threw, slow to get up, and it's incomplete. Turnover on downs.
Yeah, this is a tough play. The pocket collapses on him. A lot of good coverage down the field. You see Ore Diggers just bring 3, but 2 of them are able to put pressure on Sanders. He was hit as he throws.
From both
Pass
sides.
falls short, and the Trailblazers will turn it over on downs.
5:42 to go. Dixie State kicked off to start this game, so they will receive the second half kickoff. This defense, I know you're asking a lot of them. You'd love to see them force another punt here with this just being a 1-score game. Hand off to Mayberry. Mayberry will pick up 4 yards on 1st down. Out to the Colorado School of Mines 40-yard line. It'll be 2nd and 6.
He just refuses to gain anything less than about 4 yards, even when he's not supposed to. Just keeps driving and gets a good gain on 1st.
Second down and 6. Ball at the 40-yard line of Colorado School of Mines. Isaac Harker so far today, 6 of 12 for 55 yards and a touchdown. Has time here. Lobs, man wide open. Defender fell down. Brody Oliver makes the catch. And he will go into the end zone. There is a flag on the play, so I don't know if there's maybe a pick play or offensive pass interference, but that flag is
Pass
sitting.
interference. Offense, number 4. 15-yard penalty. Second down.
I didn't see it happen live, but we got to anticipate coming back.
Yeah.
Maybe too hard of a rub here on the play.
Oh, it's a pick play.
Yeah.
100%. And as soon as you see the hands come up from David Summers as well, that pretty much knows that
guilt.
You're like, it wasn't me. And that's just the natural reaction to stick the hands up. But he did make contact with the defender on that side. He goes down, and Brody Oliver was wide open, and Dixie State will catch a break.
And I thought it was sold pretty well by the Dixie State defender because it was a pretty subtle pick play.
Yeah.
But to go down that hard, I think helped the referee see it.
Second down and 21. They'll go to Mayberry, and he is stuffed. 3rd down and 21 for Colorado School of Mines. If you're Dixie State, you drop back in the prevent here, or whatever you do, keep Mayberry contained as well, and say, hey, let's force a punt here with plenty of time before halftime. Let's see what happens. Big third down here. Third and forever. We have seen Dixie State give up some long third downs this season.
It's a rare occurrence to say when Mayberry doesn't pick up any yards. He's just lost 22 yards this season.
Snap to Harker. Will step up, fires across the middle. Pass is complete, but the hit is made by Mike Jones. That's Riley Hoff making the catch at the right hash, and then he's hit immediately by Mike Jones. Good open field tackle. Mike, it looked like it kind of slipped to his feet already and was going down and made that tackle. Hoff couldn't get any further.
And already going to punt more in this first half than they did all last week against South Dakota Mines. That's a huge positive stat, obviously, for the Trailblazers.
Scott Marshall on a rugby-style punt out to his right, and he'll punt it out of bounds immediately. Coach McClure pointing way back. Look where that's marked. That went out of bounds in Ordigger territory at the 47-yard line. So a huge opportunity for Dixie State here to start in Ordigger territory. At least that's where they were marking it originally, and now they're bringing the ball back. What was the referee marking here? Did anybody see? He had his hat off and was standing in Ordigger territory at the 47-yard line. And that's where all the Dixie State coaches were pointing. What was he marking right there? Who was it? One of the defenders that had been forced out of bounds, or what?
Yeah, it looked to me like the sideline ref was marking where the ball went. I don't know if he was overruled by the head linesman who took him all the way to the 40 or what, but I was
shot
surprised
straight to the near sideline. Dixie State still pretty good field position, but you'd rather be 20 yards further on the other side of the 50. First down and 10. Sanders fires outside. Pass is complete. Giovanni Sanders, the freshman, will go up and make that catch across the 50 into Ordigger territory to the 48-yard line. Clock rolling at 3:38.
Yeah, Sanders does a good job here of just getting the inside release on a kind of a little quick post route there. Picks up the first down and continues the drive for the Trailblazers.
3:18 remaining. Handoff up the middle. And that's J. Luongo. He breaks one for 8 yards.
And when you can throw it well on first down, as Mike Sanders has done this first half, it sets stuff up like this. A little counter block by the H-back there. Gets action going left. And then Luongo has a big hole right up the middle.
2:50 remaining. Sanders fires, has a man. It's Dantzler, and he makes the catch! He makes the catch! DeJuan Dantzler! What a play and what a throw from Mike Sanders. 17-16 PAT pending.
There was 5 inches of space to get it to the numbers there of DeJuan Dantzler, and Mike Sanders is able to drop the dime after a little bit of a pump fake on this left side. Beautiful coverage by the Ordiggers, but puts it right in his chest for 6.
A.J. Jurgensen on for the all-important extra point here, trailing by 1. The snap, the hold, the kick is good, and we are tied at 17. 2:40 remaining in the first half, and we are all knotted up at 17. We'll take a 60-second timeout and come right back on the Trailblazer Football Network.
For over a century, Dixie State University has been shaping the Trailblazers of tomorrow by providing a culture of active learning, active life. With a paradigm of real-world experience mixed with cutting-edge technologies and rich traditions, we provide one of the most affordable educations in the West, set against the most stunning backdrop on the planet.
Hey, I ordered a large veggie with garlic herb crust.
Veggie? I thought you were more of a meat eater's man.
Oh, I am, but now I can do both. Look, flavor patch.
How does that work? What happens when that's gone?
I've got Howie bread strapped to my legs.
Flavor fanatics love us because we make our dough fresh daily and have meal deals for any budget.
Hungry?
Howie's! Flavor fanatics welcome.
And welcome back. A.G. Jurgensen will get set to put a foot into this one for Dixie State. It is a 3-play, 60-yard drive for the touchdown, less than a minute off the clock. The only bad thing here, Andy, is perhaps you left maybe a little too much time before halftime for this explosive Ordigger offense. It'll be short and returnable. Farmer will field it at the 12-yard line. And he's tripped up. What a tackle. J.T. Anderson coming up the numbers on the left side, cuts inside, goes to the ground, and is able to trip up Farmer. And he is stopped at the 25-yard line. What a tackle.
Got some big tackles. This kickoff coverage team has done a great job. Him flying through a good block attempt there by the Ordiggers, but he just outwilled himself. Got to the legs of the return man.
.237 to go here until halftime. Harker firing outside. What a catch made by the receiver, Riley Hoff. He had slipped and was kind of going to the ground, was able to turn to still make that catch. It's shy of the marker, so the clock will continue to roll. 2:20 to go until halftime. Second down and 2 from the Ordigger 33-yard line. Harker will leave it with Mayberry. The ball came out, and who's got it? Dixie State has recovered. Anthony Yarbrough has it.
What a play by Dixie State. That's their 19th fumble caused this year. Remington Kelly did a great job of not giving up on the play. He grabbed Mayberry from the back to hold him up, and then a couple of his friends helped pry the ball out, and Dixie State gets on it with over 2 minutes left here in the first half. We'll see here on the replay, Kelly coming backside, holding onto the back of Mayberry, and then picked up by Yarbrough. Yeah, Anthony Yarbrough was the one who got the recovery, and now 1st and 10 on the plus side, and Dixie State's had the ball on their side of the field to start possessions here the last few times. Let's see if they can convert again.
Now this is a huge drive here. If you can get points here and go into the locker room with a lead. Delayed handoff, Sage Luongo spinning out of a tackle, trying to run out of another one, and he can't quite get out of the second one, but he'll pick up, and now flags fly late. And who's that going to go against, Andy?
I think it's going to be Brandon Turner on this left side, just not thinking after the whistle, knocking a guy to the ground.
And that's what I was fearing as well. That will negate a good run. I mean, it won't negate the run, but it's going to come back from that spot. And you've got to be able to keep your head. We talked about it in the pregame show. Here comes the call from Jeff Reed.
After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct, number 58, 15-yard penalty. The down counts, second down. This is 58's first unsportsmanlike penalty.
Kind of an Achilles heel for Dixie State this season. And hopefully we can keep this replay rolling to the end to try and see what happened. See Sage there. Oh yeah, that's totally uncalled for. That's one of those penalties that we saw a few earlier in the year. They've done better on them, and just unfortunate. You got to be able to keep your head better than. I mean, you just gained 5 yards on the play, and you're in Ordigger territory, and now you're almost playing to just run the clock out and get back to the halftime tied up.
Yeah, it totally changes your approach. So it's not just one play; it kind of takes the whole series away from.
Timeout. Dixie State, their first charge of the half.
Dixie State will take a timeout. Timeout's brought to you by Catering Concepts. And so we are going to take it with them as well. 30-second timeout, just the 30, and we come right back with 1:33 on the Chick-fil-A scoreboard.
From surgical suites to patient rooms to conference rooms. In scrubs, suits, or sneakers. With stethoscopes, computer code, or mops. We are all caregivers. Intermountain Healthcare. Healing for life.
And welcome back. 1:33 to play. It'll be second down and 21 for the Trailblazers. Referees discussing something as the timeout ends. Beautiful weather. The sun's behind some clouds. We're in the high 60s. probably a little bit warmer than it would be in Golden. I mean, Golden was beautiful last year when we were there, but that's beautiful there. But I think I'd rather be here than possibly playing in snow or whatever may be going on out there. Sanders firing near sideline, and that's incomplete. That's got to be pass interference. Has got to be. The flag is not going to be thrown, but that's pass interference all day long. Devin Osborne absolutely and 100% interfered with on that play, and that's why he couldn't reel that in.
And it might be a case of you got a big guy Osborne going against a small guy, and they give the small guy the benefit of the doubt here on the corner route to the sideline. Well-delivered ball, and he is early. I agree with you.
He's giving him the bear hug. That's Anthony McGransky giving him the bear hug from behind, well before the ball is there, right in front of the official. He doesn't make the call. That's unfortunate. Now flags, now they're going to call that. They're not going to miss that one, but they're going to miss a pass interference right in front of them.
Ball start. 73, offense. 5-yard penalty, 3rd down.
1:28 to go until the break. I'm off my soapbox now.
And Coach Greg Brandon.
It's a hard job. I don't want their job. They do a fantastic job. The call's right in front of you. You got to make it. Sorry, Andy.
I was just going to say, Coach Brandon, an excellent coach, obviously, but always seems to have 3 timeouts with 1 minute
Whenever he
and
needs
28 seconds left.
1:28 until halftime. Sanders loads up, fires across the middle, pass complete to Xavier Smith, and I think he's got the first down. He does. 3rd down and 26, and what do? Pass across the middle. Xavier Smith, probably the shortest receiver out there, risks life and limb to go up and make that catch. And it's a first down for Dixie State.
And another special play by Dixie State. They need a bunch of these today, but to trust Mike Sanders in that situation to just run a play. They don't run a draw. They don't run a screen. They just go and get the first down and keep the ball away from Colorado School of Mines. Love the approach, love the game plan, and Dixie State has a chance to score.
And now Mike Sanders is up under center with the clock rolling. 52 seconds. You've got 2 timeouts still. Sanders dropping back, looking. Has a man, throws to the end zone, catch is made! Touchdown, Trailblazers! Isaiah Wooden, what a play! He had 2 options, he could have gone left or right, and Dixie State has taken the lead, 23-17, 40.9 seconds remaining.
Dixie State pulling out all the stops, put Sanders under center, roll him out after a play action, and just allows the receiver to clear everybody, throws it way out in front of him to the left side, and runs under it. What a play call on first down. And another delivered ball. I mean, we talked about Harker all day long and the talent he has, but Mike Sanders showing he's right there. D1 talent playing for Dixie State.
Sanders has got the arm to match, no question. PAT is up and good, and Dixie State leads it once again, 24-17, 40.9 seconds remaining here in the first half. Let's do this. Let's take just a 30-second timeout, just a 30, and come right back on the Trailblazer Football Network.
Camping World is here to help you connect to adventure and explore the outdoors with friends and family. Offering new and pre-owned RVs to fit every budget and thousands of parts and accessories for any need. Camping World has it all. With over 130 supercenters nationwide, you're never far from America's #1 RV dealer. No matter where your adventures take you. Whether you need an RV, parts, or service, Camping World is here to help you every step of the way. Visit Camping World in St. George or shop campingworld.com today.
And welcome back. Dixie State leading at 24-17. Andy, what a play. They come out, the pass to Xavier Smith, then the pass to Isaiah Wooden, and Dixie State back in the lead.
Well, Sanders just throwing bombs. I mean, that 3rd and long pass, I don't think could be outdone that he made to Xavier Smith, but then the next one he throws, and credit Dixie's offensive coordinator for rolling them out, showing Colorado School of Mines something they probably haven't seen on film a lot, under center, and on a first down just throws a beautiful pass into the end zone.
A.J. Jurgensen put a foot into this one. He pulls it to the right a little bit. Farmer will field it at the 11. Driving up the field at the numbers, and he's brought down from behind, and he'll get out across the 35. They'll mark him right at the 35. I was going to say he probably could have let that one go out of bounds and would have had the same 35-yard line. But of course, you know, there's always a chance that he could break one. And you're still not comfortable here. There's 36 seconds remaining until halftime, and another 30 minutes of football anyway. Dixie State playing great football, but you're still not comfortable with, like you said, Coach Brandon's got all 3 timeouts at his disposal and one of the best offenses in the country in any NCAA division. Parker on first down. Will take the snap, fires across the middle, and it's batted down. Was that Moyai or DiMartini?
Yeah, I think Moyai got a hand up and was trying to throw it over the middle of the field. Colorado School of Mines obviously has a whole field to work with all those timeouts, but what a way to start. Dixie State's big defensive line making things difficult for Harker.
If this game continues, and if Dixie State can take this lead into halftime, the confidence continues to grow. The belief that, hey, we can win this game continues to grow, and we've got a game on our hands. Harker, 33 seconds remaining, will load up, fire near side. Hoff makes the catch just shy of the 50-yard line and then steps out of bounds to stop the clock. First down, great play for the Ordigans.
And they've won big on these comeback routes, selling a deep streak route and then stopping hard, and Jalen Moore was way off the intended receiver here. Catches it for an easy first down.
.30 seconds remaining. Clock is stopped. Snap to Harker. Has time. Now shovel pass middle of the field to Mayberry. Fooled everybody except for Abraham Reinhardt, and he'll chase him down from behind after a gain of 9. And Greg Brandon going to use his first of 3 timeouts with 22 seconds remaining.
Colorado School of Mines.
We'll keep
first charge time out of the half.
We'll keep it right here and just remind you timeouts are brought to you by Catering Concepts.
No, I usually wouldn't like Dixie State just rushing 3 and playing umbrella. I know it's a prevent situation, but usually it's all about getting pressure, making it hard on Harker. But the way that they've covered so far today, Carrick, when they've trusted the defense to just cover with 8, they've done a pretty good job. That time just kind of an improvised play by Harker to flip it to a running back. But I think Coach Mack's got to be very pleased with what the defensive backs are allowing him to do, dial up with the linebackers and the defensive linemen.
Of course, don't forget it was the Cameron Mayberry fumble that led, or was it Farmer, that led to Dixie State being able to score that touchdown to take the lead. Here we go, 22 seconds remaining, 2nd down and 1. Both teams with 2 timeouts here. Dixie State a 24-17 lead on your Chick-fil-A scoreboard against the number 6 team in all the land. Harker looking, pressure comes, Yarbrough trying to chase him down, and he throws it up and over the top of Riley Hoff on the near sideline. Yarbrough and DiMartini bring him down after the throw. Good sportsmanship, DiMartini reaches down and helps him back up after the throw.
And this year, Harker's rarely had to do stuff outside of the pocket. Most of his damage is done with just getting rid of the ball on time, but this time trying to make a play outside, but Dixie State too fast to get to him.
Look at Doug Price there, one of the ball crew, helping on the sideline, one of our great Dixie State returning seniors for the Dixie State basketball team. And with that timeout, it'll give us Dixie State calls the timeout. You saw Coach McClure saw the formation on 3rd and 1, and he sprinted down the field to get the attention of the referee to call the timeout and say, hey, let's draw something different up here. But I mentioned, saw just for a moment Doug Price down there on the sideline. The Trailblazers basketball team, they start their season later, not this week. They had the exhibition up at Utah Valley. They fell in that one by about 17, but they were in that game from time to time. They will open their regular season in a couple of weeks. Cal Poly Pomona will be here on Saturday, November 17th, just 2 weeks from today. And we'll have a number of those games throughout the year on ESPN Radio 97.7 FM. But it's a completely different team. Yeah. I look at them, and I can go down and watch them practice every day if I want to. And I'm going, who are these guys? Because you had all those guys after the championship season last year, and they're just completely different.
We had Coach Judkins on the show this week, and I played a clip of you calling one of the plays of Sinister last year, and he's like, oh, man, I'm going to miss that guy.
I think we all are. I mean, that whole senior crew, and good for Trevor Hill playing professionally in Lithuania. And we'll try to have him on some of our Trailblazer Weekly shows that we do here on campus. here in a few weeks. But back to football, 17 seconds remaining. They give to Mayberry. He needed one, and he might be short.
Wow, a tough spot. I thought he clearly had it.
Yeah.
And they're going to look to me, I think they're going to mark him.
Well, now they put the ball down. I think it looks like he may have it. I don't know. They need the 40. What is it? The 43.
Timeout. Colorado School of Mines. That's their second charge time out of the half.
Yeah, they marked him short.
They're short by a half yard.
Yeah, they need the 43-yard line. Boy, it looked like his momentum was going to be carried. He did leave. The thing is, he left his feet pretty early to avoid that first tackle by Reinhardt going to the ground, and that forced him to kind of bring his feet up. The second Dixie State defender, I think it was DiMartini, was able to come in and hit him, and what it did was it spun the ball back a little bit.
Yeah,
so he fell on his back, and that ball is not extended. It's all about where that ball is when the body comes down. And at first, without the replay, it did look like that he probably had it. Seeing the replay and seeing how his body landed, I think that's the right spot, and it'll be 4th down with 12 seconds remaining here. If you're Colorado School of Mines,
they're going.
It's a risk. It's a risk reward here. I mean, you've got the receivers to do it, so you can try to take the home run, or you've got one timeout remaining, so you could try to get the first down and then take a shot.
We'll see what the look is here, but I think this is a prime opportunity with Dixie State maybe halfway to having to play the run on 4th and short. They know you have timeout and can stop the clock for Colorado School of Mines to just do it all right here.
I'll tell you, I'm no coach. I think completely differently than coaches do. But if I'm Dixie State, I'm not loading the box here. I'm watching for that deep ball here. I mean, there's only 12 seconds left. I mean, it's almost like you'll give him that first down. You just don't want to give him the home run ball. Reinhardt is up. He's showing blitz. He comes through, and a great block by Mayberry. Yarbrough gets to him, though. No, it's Pritchard. Shiloh Pritchard gets to him.
They were going for the home
is sacked.
Run. Sean O'Day was streaking down the field, and what a play by Pritchard. Grabs onto his right shoulder pad to prevent him from even throwing it. He wanted to launch this ball after the fake. Dixie State bringing the all-out blitz. What a play by Pritchard to hang on.
What a play. I mean, Reinhardt busted through the line, and a great pickup by Cameron Mayberry.
Yeah.
But then all the attention was right there. They just didn't see Pritchard coming off the end. And now what? If you're Dixie State, what do? Do you kneel on it and take the halftime lead? Or do you say, why not? Let's line up and take a home run shot here.
Yeah. I mean, that's what you're playing a ranked team this high. You got to take every opportunity you have.
I mean, you don't want to throw a pick six or anything at this point. So I think if you throw the ball, everything's got to be down, just down the field, taking a shot at that end zone. And Sanders slant right across the middle, and he threw it short. Incomplete. Dancer's kind of looking at saying, hey, someone was tugging my jersey before the ball got to him, but I don't think he makes the catch anyway because that ball was thrown short. So you had one timeout left. I think they think he was maybe if you can complete that pass and then you have a little bit closer shot. I mean, it's an interesting observation here. I mean, you've got the guy with plenty of arm. I mean, you don't have Devin Osborne out there, though. He's 6'7". He's a big target that you could throw out in the end zone. Sanders will throw it short to Dantzler. It's a safe, conservative play, and that will end the first half, and I'm okay with that play. The Dixie State is leading 24-17. We are going to stand by. Drayson Ball is down on the field, and he's going to try to catch head coach Shea McClure, and Shea may beat him off the field. We may not be able to go down to him. Yeah, I think McClure is going to get into the locker room before. We talked to him beforehand, but I think he's already thinking that, he's got to get in and start drawing some stuff up for the second half. So I don't think we'll get him. So Drayson's looking up here going, man, I was out there waiting for him, but all the players went one way, and Shea McClure, the head coach, went the other way.
They ran a counter play on Drayson.
They ran a counter play on Drayson, and we weren't able to get to him, but we can try for that on-the-field shot after this ball game is over, depending on how it plays out. But at halftime, Dixie State is leading 24-17. And let's just break this down. Quick hitter thoughts before we go to the halftime break. I mean, if you would have said Dixie State would have a one-score lead against the number 6 team in the country, you said, well, we'll take it. and we'll run with it. And Dixie State, that's where they're at this point.
Well, and Mike Sanders has been, I think, maybe the player of the first half. He's made the biggest plays, especially on that last drive. Obviously, Cameron Mayberry on the other side of the ball has kind of carried the Ore-Diggers, but the good news for Dixie State's defense is they've kind of contained Harker throwing the ball, and especially Brody Oliver in the middle. So all phases right now, holding them on third down, converting third downs yourself, and doing a good job in the red zone for Dixie State. They're hitting on all the keys to the game, and that's why they have the lead right now.
So we won't go down to Drayson here. We'll try to get him down on the field toward the end of this game. We'll just bring him back into the booth, and he can help us break down the first half. Dixie State, a 24-17 lead at halftime. Let's step away for the full 5-minute timeout. When we come back, it is the InfoWest halftime report. Dixie State 24, number 6 Colorado School of Mines 17 on your Chick-fil-A scoreboard. 5-minute timeout and back on the Trailblazer Football Network.
Man, where's Carrick? The show's about to start.
Carrick Segmiller approaches his ball after a beautiful approach shot. This ball landed about 12, 13 feet away as he lines up the putt. He'll have this one for birdie.
Hey, have any of you guys seen Carrick?
Are we going that way?
Segmiller eyes his ball as he lines it up. Again, this putt for birdie will win the tournament. He steps to his ball. The putt's on its way. It's got the right speed. It's in! Carrick Segmiller for birdie to win the tournament as the crowd goes wild. He is celebrating. He is ecstatic.
Yeah. Oh, Carrick, we got shorter in like 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on, man. I'm just playing some golf. Let's go.
Okay, Talking Point Live, what are we going to be doing the next few weeks?
Well, the next few weeks coming up before the election, we're going to be talking about drilling down a little bit on what this whole Russian meddling means, especially from an organic standpoint, and did that really have an effect on voting? There's some pretty compelling evidence out there that says it did. So join us now until right before the election.
Right.
Here.
And you know what it means, and when you say what does it means how we talk about it and how we investigate it, right? The critical thinking.
The critical analysis of that. So join Jennifer Kohler and myself, Eric Young, on Talking Point Live, coming to you on the CEC channel at 9:30, 12:30, and 4:30 daily.
Run free, unwind, unravel someplace outside with lots to do. Green trees, red rocks, and don't forget that blue sky. The sunshine shining, sunshine pouring on me. Think I might just stay a while. Say hooray all day because the sun is gonna shine on me. Sun is gonna shine on me. Sun's gonna shine on me.
Radio Dixie 91.3. We don't play that. Nope, not that. A big fat no there. That's what we play. And stuff like that. On St. George's only alternative, Radio Dixie 91.3. Oh, and from 9 till midnight, we play this. I need a one dance. And this. Radio Dixie 91.3 FM.
There is a place where rocks bleed and nature blushes on a battlefield green with envy, where dimples determine destiny, and a tiny wooden tee holds the outcome in the balance. There is a place where friends are opponents, and opponents are friends, where the prize is elusive, the conquest is captivating, and the score isn't settled till the drinks are down. There is a place.
Okay, we are inviting you to join us for Talking Point Live.
Coming to you, not necessarily live, but tape delayed on the Community Education Channel at 9:30, 12:30, and 4:30 daily, from what I understand. But you can also pick it up on our Facebook page at facebook.com/talkingpointlive.
And respond to us, right?
Please,
on
let
Facebook.
us know, because it's important to understand not only how our conversation is going, but maybe how is it affecting you at home as well. All right? Eric Young,
Jennifer Kohler.
Talking Point Live. We'll see you.
Man, where's Carrick? The show's about to start.
Carrick Segmiller approaches his ball after a beautiful approach shot. This ball landed about 12, 13 feet away as he lines up the putt. He'll have this one for birdie.
Hey, have any of you guys seen Carrick?
I think he went that way.
Segmiller eyes his ball as he lines it up. Again, this putt for birdie will win the tournament. He steps to his ball. The putt's on its way. It's got the right speed. It's in! Carrick Segmiller for birdie to win the tournament as the crowd goes wild. He is celebrating. He is ecstatic.
Yeah. Carrick, we got shooter in like 5 minutes. Let's go.
Come on, man. I'm just playing some golf.
Let's go.
Welcome back inside the broadcast booth. It is halftime at Trailblazer Stadium. Dixie State leading 24-17. We welcome you inside the booth for the InfoWest halftime report. Drayson Ball rejoins us in the booth. Andy and I were joking, Drayson, down there that they kind of ran a counterplay on you. A decoy, they had some misdirection. The whole team went to the north, and Coach McClure snuck away to the south and into the south tunnel and into the locker room. But you're back in the booth with us. Since we didn't get to have that report, let's just have you give the first, we got Andy's quick hitter thoughts going to the break. Let's just get your quick hitter thoughts on that first half before we dive into the numbers.
Well, I think the Trailblazers have shown tremendous poise in the first half, especially there late in the half to be able to get that extra score to put them in the lead going into halftime. I think that is a big momentum boost for the Trailblazers. Obviously, they've played well defensively. They've been able to contain the pass game thus far. Cameron Mayberry has been able to get loose a few times on the run game, but as far as the passing offense, hasn't been a whole lot there, especially not the touted pass game like we've known for Colorado School of Mines. So I think they're in a great spot right now, especially leading at halftime. They're going to get the ball the second half. If they can go in and score on that first possession, that'll be a big statement for the Trailblazers.
Oh, by the way, Cameron Mayberry only has 117 yards rushing right now, so no big deal. I mean, only goes over 100 yards in the first down. They've kept him out of the end zone though, but that's been, as Drayson said, one of the big parts of their offense right now. And what's the old ESPN saying? You can't stop them, you can only hope to contain them. I mean, that's what you're hoping with Cameron Mayberry and with Harker and with Brody Oliver. Brody Oliver's 3 catches for 33 yards. Riley Hoff 4 catches for 41 yards, but only 99 total passing yards for this Colorado School of Mines, offense. This offense that thrives on the pass. They're very good on the ground, but they thrive on the passing game, 333 yards per game. So if they're going to get to their average, look for a big second half here. But so far, Dixie State has been able to come out and they've been able to do the things that they want to do, and they've executed their game plan. We talked about in our Dad's Trucking pregame show that for Dixie State to win a game like this, they have to have a solid game plan, they have to execute it perfectly and limit mistakes, and they've been able to do that thus far. Can they duplicate that in the second half? Coach Shea McClure has been fantastic, has been extraordinary at making second half adjustments through most of this year. They kind of slowed up a little bit in the second half at Mesa last week. Can he do that with a lead now? Typically in the wins this year, it's been they needed to make those adjustments to come out and to come back and win. They have the lead. What adjustments do they come out and make here and anticipate the adjustments that Coach Brandon and the Orediggers are going to make?
Yeah, I agree. They've limited mistakes, but I love the word that Drayson used, poised. There was no reason Dixie State should have scored on that last possession.
They had just a little bit over a minute left. They had that huge penalty, and it's like, okay, go in happy that you're tied up in at halftime against this really good team. But instead, the poise that Mike Sanders showed on 2 huge throws to stand into the pocket and deliver them the lead going into the locker room. Pretty incredible, and they need incredible plays to win this game.
Well, speaking of poise, that's one thing too that Coach McClure, I'm sure, went in the locker room, and I'm sure he got talked to on the sideline about it too, was that, you know, the late hit after the play.
Yeah.
I mean, you're looking at 2nd and 5 from the Ordigger 40-yard line with about 50 seconds left. I mean, that changed the whole complexion of that last play. So who knows what it happened? You could have maybe a 2-score lead at this point. So we've seen poise on both sides of the spectrum. When we talked about one of our Mountain America keys to the game was that Dixie State would have to limit mistakes and play smart. They did everything right up until that point. And in that second half, you can't afford any plays like that. I know you get caught up in the game sometimes, and you're excited, and those plays happen. You have to erase that from the memory now, other than the fact that you have to learn from it and say, we can have if we get whistled for flags, it's got to be, your holding, your typical type penalties that you see throughout the run of play. You cannot afford to give Colorado School of Mines any extra opportunities, offense or defense, to this point. Let's jump into the numbers. I know we're all kind of chomping the bit looking at our stat sheet. We've given you a few. Drayson, as you look at your halftime stat sheet, what is it that jumps out at you?
Yeah, obviously, Michael Sanders has been tremendous through the air. We talked about that on the pregame show. He's been tremendous all season after he's gotten healthy. 236 yards through the air on 16 completions, 24 attempts, 2 touchdowns, the long one there near the end of the half to Isaiah Wooden. He obviously converted on a 3rd down and 26 on that same drive. He's been tremendous as well. Obviously, you look at Luongo, he's had a decent game, 52 yards up to this point. If he continues to do that and hopefully can get over 100 yards and maybe even more than that, that's going to be a big part going into the second half. But those are the two that stand out to me.
Dixie State leading Colorado School of Mines 24-17. Andy, we've heard Drayson's analysis. What do you look at on the stat sheet? Of course, you don't see everything defensively. It just shows you the top 4. But I kind of look at Mike Jones with 9 tackles, making some big stops. I mean, offense, defense. What's jumping out at you at this point?
Yeah, Mike Jones has been awesome. Kind of plays a hybrid safety linebacker, at least today, getting in the box and making big plays. But for me, it's looking at the punts. Beating Colorado School of Mines in the punt game. You've only kicked 2. They've kicked 3. That's a huge success. Also sacks. Getting to Harker in the backfield, especially in key situations like Remington Kelly and the big linebacker there did at that last drive was awesome. If you're going to win this game, you've got to make a ton of stops and to have 3 at the half punts and getting a turnover on a fumble. Those are just big plays that keep Colorado School of Mines out of the red zone and ultimately out of the end zone. A great job defensively all half long, I thought, by Dixie State.
Let's take a quick look for you TV and internet viewers at some first half highlights for you. For your radio listeners, we will describe them to you as they take place. Dixie State went down early, 7-0, and then Trayvon Watson happened.
Yeah, in a game like this, I don't want to say weird stuff has to happen, but this is a kind of a play that Dixie State hasn't flourished this year in returning kicks. And Trayvon Watson does an excellent job running past
He
people.
almost ran out of gas, but he got there.
Yeah, and just keeps his feet in. And we'll see it in the wider angle here. Shows that I think he ran out of gas right around the 50-yard line, but somehow went into overdrive and still got in the end zone.
92-yard kickoff return for touchdown.
And it was a 92-yard kickoff, but I'd love to see the stat caps on that one because he starts on the near side of the field, weaves in and out of some tacklers, and then cuts all the way to the far side of the field. And 92 yards in the books, but he ran well over 92 yards.
Mike Sanders, an excellent first half, as we mentioned. Dwan Dantzler, you saw him right there on that play. He's got 5 catches for 102 yards. The hook and ladder play on the 4th down, or that led to the field goal for Dixie State. They got stopped and then kicked the field goal after that. Brad Duran making a big catch there. But Sanders, like you guys have mentioned, 16 of 24, 236 yards. And he's having himself a game.
And how many big catches like that right at the sticks as Dixie State has, as you can see, a big run there by the Order.
Yeah, Farmer made that, and then the next play he would score the touchdown. This throw and this catch right here, man, it's got to be a candidate for one of our Jimmy John's plays of the game. Mike Sanders hooking up with Dwan Dantzler. As you see the catch right there, great look from our CEC TV crew. Just let that thing fall right into the arms, and then the fumble being forced And I think that's Shiloh Pritchard that got the hand in there to force that out.
Yeah, Shiloh Pritchard, and then it was
Yarbrough with
scooped
the
up by
recovery.
Yarbrough, yeah.
Second touchdown pass. I mean, that was a perfectly run play. That was the go-ahead touchdown. We're going to see it again out of the under center. There's a lot of misdirection going on. Sanders finding Wooden, who makes the catch in the end zone, and Dixie State would lead 24-17 at halftime.
I had a great angle on that one down onto the field just before halftime. That one was a very interesting play because Sanders was under center. He's not normally under center, but that one, Isaiah Wooden started on the right side of the formation and cut all the way across the field. And give credit to the offensive line of the Trailblazers. They gave Sanders enough time to let that play develop and catch Isaiah Wooden for the 32-yard score just before halftime.
Dixie State leading at 24-17 at the half. We're going to take a 2-minute timeout. When we come back, we'll take a look around the Rocky Mountain Athletic Conference, let you know what else is going on inside the conference. This is the InfoWest Halftime Report. 2-minute timeout. We'll come back and wrap it up right after this.
For over a century, Dixie State University has been shaping the trailblazers of tomorrow by providing a culture of active learning, active life. With a paradigm of real-world experience mixed with cutting-edge technologies and rich traditions, we provide one of the most affordable educations in the West, set against the most stunning backdrop on the planet.
Hey, I ordered a large veggie with garlic herb crust.
Veggie? I thought you were more of a meat eater's man.
Oh, I am, but now I can do both. Look, flavor patch.
How does that work? What happens when that's gone?
I've got Howie bread strapped to my legs.
Flavor fanatics love us because we make our dough fresh daily and have meal deals for any budget.
Hungry?
Howie's! Flavor fanatics welcome.
From surgical suites to patient rooms to conference rooms. In scrubs, suits, or sneakers. With stethoscopes, computer code, or mops. We are all caregivers. Intermountain Healthcare. Healing for life.
Camping World is here to help you connect to adventure and explore the outdoors with friends and family. Offering new and pre-owned RVs to fit every budget and thousands of parts and accessories for any need. Camping World has it all. With over 130 supercenters nationwide, you're never far from America's #1 RV dealer. No matter where your adventures take you. Whether you need an RV, parts, or service, Camping World is here to help you every step of the way. Visit Camping World in St. George or shop campingworld.com today.
Welcome back inside the broadcast booth. Dixie State leading at 24-17 over number 6 Colorado School of Mines. That's what we've got going on here. Let's take a quick look around the Rocky Mountain Athletic Conference. 4 other games on the docket today. Western Colorado is at New Mexico Highlands. CSU Pueblo is at Black Hills State. Chadron State is at South Dakota Mines. And then Adams State at Colorado Mesa. Of course, that's in Grand Junction. And I don't know how they get away with those 7 o'clock kicks every day. They've got some sort of agreement with the Rocky Mountain Athletic Conference. There's rules about how far teams have to travel and when games have to play. But it seems like all of their games are night games, and I'm not sure what exactly the agreement is there. But a night game for Colorado Mesa hosting Adams State tonight. Let's try to get you caught up on some of those scores. First, New Mexico Highlands hosting Western Colorado, and Western Colorado has been a little bit better over the last couple of weeks. Right now, Western Colorado is leading 13-10 at halftime. Excuse me, Mexico Highlands leading 13-10 at halftime. I should let everyone notice, we had one message on our Twitter feed that was saying they're having a hard time accessing our Stretch internet feed. It looks like they're having the same issue with the New Mexico Highlands game. I think Stretch internet is having some issues right now. So just across the board, we'll keep you updated on those throughout the game. A couple other scores. Colorado State Pueblo up 24-0 at halftime at Black Hills State. The other afternoon game is Chadron State at South Dakota Mines, and it's a 29-19 lead for Chadron State at halftime. And those are your RMAC updates. As it is homecoming, they let out a bunch of red balloons. Was it 99 red balloons? I didn't count how many there were, but can I say that? Is that like copyrighted? Can I say that?
I think you're safe.
On the radio?
Yeah.
Am I okay? Dixie State leading at 24-17, and that'll do it for our InfoWest halftime report. We keep it right here and bring the sounds of the game back to you. As Scott Marshall will put a foot into this one, and this one will be the first returnable kickoff we've seen since the kickoff return for a touchdown. Here's Isaiah Wooden, and he brings it out 1 yard deep from the end zone. He's dropped a couple yards shy of the 20. Dixie State will start at the 18. I'll say it right now, we would expect this to happen. Colorado School of Mines looking pretty fired up already at this point.
And something to remember, last week in their big game against South Dakota School of Mines, that was a tie game at halftime, 42-42. And then in the second half is really when Colorado School of Mines took off to get their 84 points and won by a large margin. So nothing to get too excited about just being upset here at halftime.
Not yet. We get to that 5-minute mark of the fourth quarter and things are the same, then you can start getting a little excited. Handoff, C.J. Luongo finds his way around the right end, stutter step, and he's going to end up with just a couple of yards. It'll be 2nd down and 8. You wonder on that, whether the stutter step actually maybe hurt more than it helped at that point, but he slowed down, and then he's able to be brought down. And there was 3 white jerseys there. It probably was going to be the same either way.
Luongo's had a great first half, and that continues. Only had a couple carries in the first half that didn't go for positive yardage.
2nd down and 7. They give him 3 yards officially. Dixie State with the lead now is going to try to slow this game down here in the second half. Sanders hit as he throws. Pass complete to Devin Osborne, far side, fighting for the sticks. Where do they give him on the initial catch? Probably he made the catch and then circled back. He did not quite get to the sticks. I don't think it'll be 3rd down and probably 1 to go for the Trailblazers.
What a delivery by Sanders. He gets hit hard here. They're showing pressure right up the middle and gets it to where his guy can make a play. This comes up a little bit short.
Indeed, it will be 3rd down and 1. This is big for Dixie State here. Dixie State trips to the near side, empty on the far side. C.J. Luongo back with Sanders. They'll fake the handoff, swing it to the outside. Durant makes the catch, gets across the 30, diving across the 30, out to the 33-yard line, and that is a 1st down, and that's big for me. Whether or not you get points on this drive, you don't want to come out and just have to punt it to Colorado School of Mines immediately. You've got some momentum, you've got a 1st down.
And a good block there by Devin Osborne on Jeff Keating, their star safety. Good job to propel that play forward for the 1st down.
13:20 to go in the 3rd. Mike Sanders in the pistol formation. We'll leave it with Say-J, and he gets back to the line of scrimmage and no more. No gain on 1st down.
Beautiful play coming off that left edge. That's Jimmy Bauer, who's been so tough. Not only in pass coverage, but we see as an outside linebacker in that 3-4, nobody can block him.
C.J. Luongo at 55 yards on the day, 36 more yards for C.J. to become Dixie State's career rushing leader. And he's got 1 more year to build on that. And 1 more game at least this year. Sanders downfield. Dantzler is wide open, makes the catch at the 30. And a huge gain for the Trailblazers as that went across the 50 to the 30. And I don't know what the miscommunication was there. Blown coverage downfield, but Dantzler was wide open.
You see him start on the far side of the screen here, and a beautiful touch pass over 2 defenders. You see there, Dantzler just gets loose behind everyone. Fortunately for the Orediggers, able to bring him there down, but inside the 30 now. Great starting drive in the second half for the Trailblazers.
And this is what they were missing the first couple of weeks, of the season, as Sanders was getting to a point where he could play, and we've seen him put up big numbers And the passing game getting it done for the Trailblazers. Sanders to the end zone, home run ball, Dantzler, touchdown! 28 yards! Nearly threw it over him. But he was wide open and he reels it in, and Dixie State's up by 2 touchdowns.
I am blown away. Back-to-back passes by Mike Sanders. When he sees a guy open, he doesn't panic, he doesn't get fidgety, he just throws a soft pass, lays it right on the fingers of DeJuan Dantzler, who had a great catch in his own right.
Yeah, and the Trailblazer offense right now is cooking. Back-to-back drives. They've had huge passes going into the first half, and then here in the second half. Great job for the Trailblazers to torch this defense from the passing game.
11:51 to play. Dixie State up by 13. The all-important PAT. Looked like there may have been some early movement. It's blocked and picked up by Dixie State, and it's going to go in as an unsuccessful try. Boy, there's no flags on the play. I think Jurgensen's asking what's going on there. And he's going to go back and ask the official. I mean, I tell you, it looked like some early movement, but they're not going to throw the flag. 11:51 to go. Dixie State leading at 30-17 on your Chick-fil-A scoreboard. Let's just take a 30-second timeout. Come right back on the Trailblazer Football Network.
There is a place where the sun doesn't hide in the winter, where the greens stay green and the crimson canyons still glow. There is a place where dimples determine destiny, and a tiny wooden tee holds the outcome in the balance. There is a place where we drive for show, putt for dough, and settle the score with another round. There is a place.
Welcome back inside the Trailblazer booth. Into this second half. 3 minutes and 9 seconds gone in the second half. The Trailblazers lead it 30-17 in the second half. A.J. Jurgensen set to boot this one away following the long touchdown pass to DeJuan Dantzler. Great start for the Trailblazers, Andy, in that first drive of the second half.
Yeah, just 2 beautiful strikes by Sanders. He's had 4 or 5 big league throws today, and Dantzler's been the one who's got most of them, and that was a beautiful catch in the back of the end zone as well.
Kickoff is fielded at the 5-yard line and tripped up just across the 20 to the 21-yard line. Where Dixie State has been pretty good on kickoff coverage today. Drayson, thanks for covering me out of the break. Also trying to keep up on the Dixie Athletics Twitter feed, so appreciate you spotting me so that I could get that tweet sent out there. And boy, it looked like there was going to be some room to run for the returner, and then that room got swallowed up quickly.
Yeah, great job. Dixie State's been well on kickoff coverage today. It's been a really key factor for them not to start, well beyond the 25-yard line. It's been good coverage for them defensively.
Of course, the PAT was blocked on that touchdown. Those are the things that you always kind of think about later in the game. Is that 1 point going to be a huge difference in this game? Hand off to Mayberry on first down. It'll be a big gain. Ball comes out, and Dixie State has picked it up. They haven't blown it dead either. Watson with it. The Trailblazers will have it at the 20-yard line. There is a flag on the play, and I think they're going to call holding. So I think this play will stand.
Yeah, that flag came in from the back judge behind the line of scrimmage. That usually signifies holding. We'll see what the call is here from the head referee.
Boy, I'm interested to see.
Wow.
Holding for 58, the offense. Penalties declined. Result of the play, Dixie State first down.
Well, that's exciting for Dixie State. I wonder if Mayberry was
I thought
down
he was down
here.
initially, but no whistle comes.
It's going to be forced by Remington Kelly, picked up.
That's close.
By Trayvon Watson.
That's close. Initially, I was surprised I didn't get a whistle, but now we see on the replay.
58.
That was tough call.
Yeah, it looked like to me his knee wasn't quite down yet. That's a bang play.
Yeah.
I think it was the right call on the field. A tough play for the officials, but give them credit. I think they got it right.
Dixie State will take it all day long. This is Connor Miller, Wildcat formation, spinning out of a tackle. He's inside the 15, and the ball is knocked out. Colorado School of Mines has it. And the teams will trade turnovers. Some extracurriculars. How about that? That is a huge swing. And that was a clear-cut fumble. No question about that, as Miller fighting for extra yardage, and that one is knocked away.
And Miller just trying to make the most out of an opportunity here
broke a couple tackles and kept going. That ball kind of swinging around, doesn't have it covered up, and just the helmet pops it out for an easy fumble.
Holy smokes.
Well, maybe is that like the ball don't lie type of saying? Is that maybe
It
what
could
that's
be.
going on
I mean,
there?
it could be. Honestly, like, you get that look, and I honestly thought Mayberry may have been down on that run. Either way, the first turnover of the game for Dixie State, and that could swing things back the Orediggers' way, though. Harker gets it away, passes complete to the near side. Dixie State trying to argue and say he was out of bounds, but the catch is made on the near sideline by David Summers. Harker nearly went down, but he's able to fight out of it. He's so good at it. I mean, he stays calm under pressure. He's able to step up past Reinhardt and just deliver a strike. First down for the Orediggers. Clock ticking, and this game, the second half is not even 4 complete minutes old, and we've already got so much that has happened. Read option run, Harker's going to keep it, and he'll dive ahead for 3 yards. It'll be second down and 7.
Good recovery by Yarborough, who crashed hard and then came all the way back to make the tackle. Harker made a proper read here, but
And that's a play the Trailblazers got burned on a couple of times in the first half. Good to see that they've adjusted to that play. Yarborough staying with the quarterback there and not allowing him to get open field.
And Dixie State an opportunity to go up 3 scores, and you fumble on first down. I just can't get over this. This is crazy. Crazy second half here. Second down and 7 for the Orediggers. Harker, pump fake. He'll step up. He's going down. The ball comes out again. And the Orediggers will dive on it. Offensive lineman there to scoop it up. That's Grant Stewart. You saw the Yarborough forced it, and if Stewart's not standing there, Moeai dives on that, and it'll be back-to-back fumbles. As it stands, it's third down and 11, a loss of 4 on the play. The good news is that Dixie State is starting to get through this Colorado School of Mines offensive line that has been so good. Coming into this game, had only given up 7 sacks all season long. Harker on third down, has time, pump fake, pass across the middle, and he finds his guy. It'll be a first down. Riley Hoff makes the catch at the 40-yard line, and that's what Colorado School of Mines does to you. So many weapons, and they convert the long third down.
Yeah, you see Harker just stepping up here in the pocket, finds Hoff over the middle on a deep dig route. Enough for the first down to keep this drive going.
9:25 to play. Harker, time, will step up, and he has to just tuck it, and he'll lose a yard, so it will go in as a sack. It'll be second down and 11.
And more great coverage from the Dixie State secondary. You kind of have to reconstitute yourself defensively. First and 10 is a passing situation for this team, and they run verticals. And another coverage sack for Dixie State.
And Sebastian DiMartini there, bringing him down before the line of scrimmage.
It'd be interesting to see if that actually does go in as a sack, because I don't think he lost a full yard on it. Harker fires, pass complete to Oliver. He had to go up to make the catch, so he couldn't really do much with it afterward, but he does make the catch for a gain of 6, and it'll be third down and 4. I tell you, Isaac Harker's so good at making something out of nothing as pressure was coming, and he finds his guy. Oliver makes the catch, and it'll be third down and 4. Crucial third down here. If you get a third down stop here, you still force a punt. And time flying off the scoreboard now. 8:20 remaining in the third quarter. 2-touchdown lead for Dixie State, 30-17. Third and 4 from the Ordigger 46. Harker looking. Kelly breaks through, fires across the middle. Mayberry makes the catch, bounces off a defender, and he's across the 50 to the 40-yard line of Dixie State.
And Harker showing great patience once again. The initial stuff isn't open for him. He hangs in the pocket, and finally his outlet route, Mayberry, comes through the middle and points him in the right direction.
I mean, that's just incredible. That's great quarterback play there. Quick snap to Harker. He'll swing it to the outside. Catch is made. Gets a block. And then 2 Dixie State defenders come in to make the stop after a 5-yard pickup to the 35-yard line. That's Sean Odell on the catch. And he gets out to the 35, second and 5 upcoming.
Odell just kind of floats into the flat there, and it gets a key block from his other wide receiver and picks up 5 yards on first down.
I think that might have been Mayberry out there on that block, actually. He just tossed that Dixie State defender aside like it was nothing. 7:20 to go. Dixie State clinging to a 30-17 lead. with a ton of football still to be played here. High snap to Harker. He'll bring it down. Hand off to Mayberry. Big hole around the right end. Still on his feet. 20. And he trips and falls on his own. I don't think anyone touched him. Inside the 20 of the red zone. And he'll be down to the 19-yard line. Yeah, we'll see here if someone made a shoestring tackle, maybe. And he just tripped over himself. He might have scored a touchdown. As it stands, 1st and 10 for the Orediggers. Inside the 20 to the 19-yard line. Clock rolling at 6:45 remaining. Harker takes the snap. Play action, looking, fires across the middle, and it's going for 6. Touchdown, Colorado School of Mines, and I believe that's Riley Hoff. His 2nd touchdown catch of the day, indeed it is. And the teams trade turnovers, and Dixie State has a huge opportunity down there to go up 3 scores. Instead, it goes the other way for an Ordigger touchdown, and it's 30-23 with 6:34 to go.
Yeah, just a nice play over the middle. You see Harker finds his man over the middle. Pretty good coverage, but led him well enough to lead him right into the end zone, and the Orediggers bring themselves within 1 touchdown.
And can cut it to a 6-point game with a successful PAT here, and they do. It is up and it is through. Dixie State 30, Colorado School of Mines 24. You knew the Orediggers would not go away. 6:34 to go on your Chick-fil-A scoreboard. 60-second timeout and back on the Trailblazer Football Network.
I'm Jimmy. This is my definition of fresh since 1983.
At Kneaders, we start simple, making bread from scratch with just a handful of ingredients. It's not the easy way, but it's worth it. Honest bread made without shortcuts. When you come to Kneaders, every loaf of bread, every sandwich starts here. Yes, it takes more time, but that's why we get an early start. Stop by today for dine-in, takeout, or drive-through.
6:34 to go. Scott Marshall set to put this one into play. He does so, and that is going to be 5 yards deep. Wooden fields it, and Xavier Smith comes over and says, no, don't even think about it. Take a knee, and we'll take it at the 25-yard line. 10 plays, 86 yards, 4:52 off the clock for the Orediggers. And if you're just joining us, Colorado School of Mines fumbled. Dixie State recovered and brought it back to the Mines 20-yard line. Then on the first play, Dixie State fumbled it right back on kind of a freak, trying to get a couple extra yards out of it. The ball is popped out. Mines recovered and then went 10 plays, 86 yards to score a touchdown. So big swing. Dixie State still leading in this game, but I think maybe fans a little bit more on the edge of their seats than they were just a couple of minutes ago. First down at 10 for Dixie State at its own 25. Snap to Sanders, handoff to Lawrence Starks, and he is blown up in the backfield, loss of 3 yards. It'll be second down and 13.
And a huge loss by this Dixie State offensive line. Just get blown up right up the middle for a loss, trying to get a number.
This looked like 90, 98 maybe. Zach Budix.
This Colorado School of Mines defense looks like it's got a little extra pep in its step after the turnover and then a touchdown by the offense. Snap to Sanders. Fires. Pass complete to Devin Osborne. And boy, Osborne caught the ball and he let up. And the whistle didn't ring out for another second or two. I think he's going, why aren't you blowing the whistle there? He kind of like catches the ball. He's like, okay, he's got me. I'm good. Okay, blow the whistle now. And they do give him that forward progress. Third down and 5. They do give him that progress out to the 30. If you're Dixie State, you can't afford to go 3 and out here. You got to have this first down. Play clock down to 10. Sanders looks over to the sideline. gets what he wants. Play clock at 5. 2 receivers to either side. Snap to Sanders. Quick throw to the side. Dantzler makes the catch, and he'll just haul it in and go to the ground immediately. I like that play. Don't give the defender time to come in and try to knock it out. Catch it, secure it, get down for the first down.
Yeah, we've seen Dantzler do this a few times. Just get to the sticks and turn himself around. Logan Braden right there kind of stumbled a little bit. That's why he was late getting there on the coverage, but a first down for the Trailblazers.
Clock stopped momentarily with 5:08 to go on the third. I'm not sure what the discussion is. Devin Osborne's clapping his hands.
Sideline interference, contact with an official. Colorado School Mines, 15-yard penalty.
Oh, wow.
First down.
I didn't see the flag sitting over there. I did not see the flag sitting over there.
Yeah, that's a tough call. You get 15 yards for nudging an official.
I just saw Devin Osborne clapping his hands. And I don't know if we have a shot of maybe a wide shot replay of that last play that we could see maybe where the contact happened. Maybe we won't have time. The next play is about to start. But that's big for Dixie State. Not only do you convert the first down, you get 15 extra yards into Orediger territory. Now it's 1st and 10 at the 45. Snap to Sanders. They'll hand off to Stark. Stumbles and falls forward for a gain of 1. It'll be 2nd down and 9 to the 44-yard line, and the clock continues to roll with 4:30 to play.
And that call usually happens after a big play.
Right there.
Where there's excitement.
Right there. There's a coach.
Oh, there it is.
That blocked the official on your far side of your screen, the top of your screen, and he threw that immediately.
Yeah.
And I kind of agree with you.
He's on the total opposite side of the field of where the play is, and the coach is just kind of standing there. I don't like that call.
I'll agree with you. I'll give you that one. That's the letter of the law being enforced, and that's a tough call. Sanders hangs in there, fires out of the backfield, and it's going to go as an incomplete pass. Dantzler made the catch and was lit up immediately. And that ball squirted out late. I think you could almost call that it's that whole what's a catch and what's not a catch thing. It did not survive the ground or whatever they say. So 3rd down and 9.
Sanders has been excellent on 3rd downs the last 3 or 4 possessions for Dixie State. A big one coming up here.
Dixie State to this point on 3rd down. 5 of 9. This would be a big one here. Clock stopped at 3:58 in the 3rd. Snap to Sanders. They bring heavy pressure. Fires across the middle. Connor Miller makes the catch. First down. Redemption for having the ball squirt out late as he makes the catch across the middle. 1st and 10 for the Trailblazers inside the 25 and 22.
And give a lot of credit to Mike Sanders here. You'll see here he gets pressure right up the middle, but stays in the pocket, is willing to take a hit, and finds Connor Miller over the middle to convert the 3rd down. A lot of credit to Sanders in there for sticking in the pocket and make that throw.
And I'm just amazed at his delivery on 3rd down. Just chills out back there and delivers a very catchable ball while he's getting.
But that's why
just so much heat on.
He had to redshirt all of last year to become eligible. And that's the whole time that they've seen this guy. Sanders will float to the near side. Dantzler, one-on-one with the defender, could not make a play on it. Good coverage by Colorado School of Mines. It'll be 2nd down and 10. I like that play there. Take a shot at the end zone. But back to my other thought. That's exactly why they've been waiting for this guy, and then he gets hurt in fall camp, and then they finally get him back out on the field, and you can see that he's to the top of his game right now. And that's exactly what they were waiting for. They were hoping to get a whole year out of him, and instead it's going to turn into half a year, 3/4 of a year. But he just is, like you said, Division I transfer from Idaho State, Pocatello, and all the talent in the world. 2nd down and 10. Dixie State at the 22-yard line. A handoff to Starks, feeling his way off tackle to the left, now cuts it back inside, no gain. 3rd down and 10.
And not a lot of room to run for the Trailblazers right now. We've seen Starks a few different times get stuffed right at the line of scrimmage. You see here kind of just trying to fill his way into the hole, but there's no hole to be found, and he'll be brought down for a loss of 1 on that play.
Dixie State at this point, it's just a 1-score game, 30-24 lead for the Trailblazers. You're thinking we got a match points here, points for points. You might be at a spot where you see him go for it on 4th down and a false start. Flag flies.
False start. 71. Offense. 5-yard penalty. 3rd down.
Sevia Toluta'u playing the right guard position today. And right tackle, excuse me, and he jumped, and the defensive lineman saw it immediately. And that moves him back even further. So that goes to the point I was already making. It'll be 3rd down and forever here. I think with the kicking game the way it's been this year, you're looking at a spot where you say, okay, we've got 15 yards for the first down. What can we split that into 2 downs here?
Absolutely. Totally agree.
Empty backfield for Sanders. Looking, has time, fires, and it is incomplete. Intended for the tight end, Kentaro Yoshikawa. And for the first time today, I think we saw Sanders kind of force one into traffic.
Yeah, and luckily his receiver kind of gets physical and knocks McCransky out of the way. Otherwise, that could have been a pick.
So now it's decision time for Coach McClure and the offense, and the offense is staying on the field. 20 seconds on the play clock, plenty of time. I mean, where this ball is at the 23-yard line, you're looking at, over close to a 40-yard field goal at this point. So
he's got Osborne on the far side with a huge size advantage and one-on-one coverage.
Scoreboard says 4th and 11, so does our scoreboard, because that comes right from the scoreboard. That's not right. Sanders looking, fires. Dantzler makes the catch at the sticks. First down. They'll convert on 4th down and 16.
Carrick, stop me if you've heard this one before. Michael Sanders to DeJuan Dantzler. What a play. This has been the working combination today so far. It works here again on 4th down. DeJuan Dantzler does a great job of knowing exactly where the sticks are. He runs the deep post route or a deep dig route perhaps. Sanders finds him over the middle, and that connection has been working all day for the Trailblazers.
1st and goal from the 8-yard line. Got to convert in the red zone now. 1:45 remaining in the 3rd. Snap to Sanders. Looking, has time, pulls it down, rolls out to his right, fires, and it's incomplete. Sanders hit as he throws and not extremely mobile. He's going to be helped to his feet. 2nd and goal from the 8. I like the decision and the patience, though, to not force something into the end zone. You've talked about his patience throughout the day, Andy. He showed it there again. A veteran move to not just quickly force one into the end zone and risk an interception.
I agree. He just throws it short there. And usually with a guy with a big major league arm, he has a tendency most of the time to throw it in. But Sanders isn't like that. He just throws really receiver-friendly passes with a lot of touch on him. And that's why he's had so much success so far today.
1:33 remaining here in the 3rd. And now timeout going to be taken by Coach McClure. Play clock was winding down.
Timeout.
Let's take it as well.
Dixie State. That's their first charge timeout of the half.
1:33 remaining. Dixie State 30, Colorado School of Mines 24. 30-second timeout, and right back on the Trailblazer Football Network. And welcome back. 1:33 to go for Dixie State here in the 3rd quarter. It's a 30-24 lead. And if anything, you guys, as we remind you, the timeouts are brought to you by Catering Concepts. Carrick Segmiller, Andy Thompson, Drayson Ball with you, the 3-man crew today, the wrecking crew with you today. What a fantastic football game this has been to this point. Beautiful Saturday afternoon. 2nd and goal from the 8. You got 2 chances to gain 8 yards here. Sanders on 2nd down. We'll leave it with Stark. Spins away from a defender, and he's into the end zone. What a play by the freshman. Touchdown, Dixie State.
Right up the middle. This play has not worked for Dixie State all game long, but Starks does a special thing here. And another special play, spins himself into a touchdown. What a play by the freshman.
And timing has it perfectly, Carrick. Right after that touchdown,
3 helicopters.
Apache helicopters.
Right over the field. You see a shot right there for you TV and internet viewers. What tremendous timing. What a tremendous run by Lauren Starks as well. Puts him in the spin cycle, picks up the 8 yards necessary for the touchdown.
Dixie State going to keep the offense on the field and go for 2 to try to get this to a 2-touchdown lead. They'll lob to Osborne, and he makes the catch. 2-point conversion is good. Dixie State back up by 2 full touchdowns. 38-24, 1:29 to play in the third.
And this is the benefit of having a 6'7" wide receiver. He's got a size advantage over there on the cornerback. That's Logan Braden. He's able to just jump over him. Logan Braden stands at 6 foot. Devin Osborne at 6'7". The height advantage worked there to convert the 2-point conversion.
Dixie State 38, Colorado School Mines 24, 1:29 to go in the third. Let's take just a 30-second timeout and come right back on the Trailblazer Football Network.
Call it a path. Or way through. It can be arrow straight or have twists and turns. It's life's financial journey, and Mountain America Credit Union is here to guide you every step of the way. With timely advice and affordable products, this is your journey. Let's begin together. We're Mountain America, guiding you forward.
And welcome back inside the booth. Trailblazers leading this one, 1:29 left to go in the third quarter. Dixie State on top, 38-24 over the number 6 ranked team, Colorado School of Mines. Andy, a great drive there, capitalized by an 8-yard run from Lauren Starks. What did you see on that drive?
Well, once again, Sanders is having a Christian Leitner type Final Four game, basically perfect, throwing the ball very efficient, throwing strikes, another 4th down conversion that series to give him another touchdown.
You see the new fair catch rule come into play there as Farmer fields it at the 5-yard line.
The ball was fair caught inside the 25-yard line. By rule, the ball placed at the 25-yard line. First down.
And I can stop my explanation. Jeff Reed on the mic, our referee today, making the explanation as they continue to try to do a little bit more to cut out, violent collisions in the game, and I'm okay with that. First down and 10 from the Ordigger 25-yard line for Colorado School of Mines. How do they respond to going back down by 2 touchdowns? Harker gives to Mayberry. And Mayberry looked like he might have been stopped for 1 yard or no gain, but he breaks through and he'll pick up 3 or 4 on the play.
I think the Trailblazers will settle for that for the rest of the game. For only 3 or 4 yards from Mayberry. We've seen he has the capabilities to burst open, and he pick up a bunch of chunky yards there. Only picks up 4 on first down for the Trailblazers.
1:05 remaining. Harker fires outside. Pass is broken up by Darren Jones. Checking the field. No flags. Was intended for Riley Hoff. He's asking for a flag, but he's not going to get it. And great coverage by Darren Jones.
And Dixie State on the corner, showing why they're the second best pass defense in the league this year. Just isolated on an island, showing off the physicality, does Darren Jones.
1:01 remaining. Big third down here. 3rd and 6. Trips to the near side for the Ordiggers. Harker calls for it. Gets the snap. Fires. And it is caught. Has his man complete for the first down. David Summers will make the catch and get a couple of yards after. And it's 1st and 10 for the Ordiggers out across the 40 down to the 42-yard line.
Yeah, Summers split out wide to the left of the formation, runs a quick little post route, picks up about 15 yards or so to continue the drive for the Ordiggers.
Clock rolling, 40 seconds remaining. You're Dixie State, you'd love to get the ball back here without giving up points. Harker, ball was tipped at the line of scrimmage and then tipped again by Darren Jones. I think at that point, because the ball was tipped, Jones was free to make any contact he wanted. He didn't make early contact though, but Summers still almost made the catch.
Yeah, great job just shooting his fists in there, knocking the ball away. And once again, just really physical on the edges today, have the Trailblazers.
30 seconds remaining here in the third. Snap to Harker. He's going to step up, fires to the right side. Catch made by Brody Oliver. And it will go for 8 yards. Now they're going to move him back. It'll go for 7 yards out to the Mines 49-yard line. It'll be 3rd down and 3. Clock rolling. And they're going to try to get this play off before the 4th quarter starts. Game clock down to 4 and 3 and 2. Snap to Harker. Fires to the sideline, and it made? He did keep the feet in. Wow, and that will end the 3rd quarter. What a catch by Sean Odell.
It has to lay completely out here on the out route. Makes, yeah.
That's the end of the 3rd quarter.
Good call. Good call. Gets his left leg in.
Good catch by Sean Odell. 3 quarters of football in the books. And who would have thought Dixie stayed up by 2 scores at this point. 38-24. But hold your horses. Plenty of football to be played with the Orediggers still driving to try to make it a 1-score game. Let's take a 30-second timeout, just a 30, and come right back for the final frame, the final stanza, the final act of this football game, right after this 30-second timeout.
I take the road less traveled, run free, unwind, unravel someplace outside with lots to do. Green trees, red rocks, and don't forget that blue sky. The sunshine shining, sunshine pouring on me. Think I might just stay a while. Say hooray all day because the sun's gonna shine on me. Sun's gonna shine on me. Sun's gonna shine on me.
And welcome back. Dixie State leading 38-24. 15 minutes of football remain. Dixie State outgaining the Orediggers 491 to 406 at this point. Play action for Harker. Looking, has a man, and he overthrew him. He overthrew him, and his guy knew it too. Riley Hoff was having dreams of the end zone as he was sprinting down the sideline on the numbers, and he just could not catch up to it. Harker missed his guy. Uncharacteristic of Isaac Harker.
Hoff gets a good release off the right edge there of the formation, gets out in open space, but the ball is overthrown, and not able to complete that one on 1st down.
If that ball is on the mark, it goes for 6.
Yeah,
there's no question.
That's happened a couple times on 1st down where they have a streaking guy just a little bit overthrown.
14:54 remaining in the 4th. Dixie State a 38-24 lead over the number 6 team in all of Division II. Snap to Harker. Holding, fires, and it's caught by Brody Oliver. Harker hit as he throws, is going to be helped up by Cameron Mayberry. And that ball squirted out of there, still had enough juice to get to Oliver, and he made a great catch.
And that's the money timing route play that we talk about. That's their bread and butter that they haven't been going to Oliver. But just that turnaround comeback back shoulder right at the sideline, impossible to guard if you're a defender.
Clock continues to roll. 14:35 to go in the 4th. Harker takes the snap, gives to Mayberry, and he'll pick up 5 yards and a chunk run off tackle to the right side, and then he is stopped.
And this is why Mayberry is just so tough to bring down. He just keeps those legs churning. You see here, comes off, finds the hole on the right side of the formation, cuts back a little bit, takes 2 guys to bring him down, but not before he picks up 5 yards on 1st down.
Dixie State defense going to pay a little bit of a price here on that as well. Abraham Reinhardt, the starting linebackers, is being attended to by the trainers. Bruno Silva's out there helping him out. Kasakita making his way out. Now he's up and he'll walk off. Good to see. No injury timeout necessary. And then they should wind that clock. Now that everything is settled. With 14:17 to go in the 3rd, it's unfortunate. The clock should wind here. And they're not starting. I don't understand why that's not starting. An injury timeout should not stop the clock until the next play starts. Harker, play action, looking, has Oliver, touchdown. No, the ball squirted out late. Incomplete. That was the connection that Ordigger fans have been waiting to see throughout the game, and Oliver not getting up, has his hands on his helmet. Boy, he's not even moving. Bruno Silva's there talking to him, the Dixie State trainer. The Ordigger trainers are there. Oh, boy. There he goes. He's moving a little bit now. Riley Hoff's there to check on him, and Bruno Silva, the Dixie State trainer, is saying, hey, we got it. We appreciate your concern, but we got it. We are going to take an injury timeout for this one. Boy, I hope he's okay. I hate injuries more than anything. Let's take a 30-second injury timeout and come right back on the Trailblazer Football Network.
Radio Dixie 91.3. We don't play that. Nope, not that. A big fat no there. That's what we play. And stuff like that. On St. George's only alternative, Radio Dixie 91.3. Oh, and from 9 till midnight, we play this. I need a one dance. And this. Radio Dixie 91.3 FM.
And welcome back. Brody Oliver has at least sat up. He's sitting in the end zone now. They're still attending to him. Let's see if we've got that. If we can just take one more look at it here. We want to see who broke that pass up. I know it was probably a combined effort. Dixie State able to converge on it. If you've got that replay in the truck, we can try to take a look at it. If not, here we go. So Harker stepping up. The throw comes in. Oh, and he hit the hip of Trayvon Watson with a forearm as he's coming back to the ground.
And it wasn't big contact, just kind of hit him on the back of the head.
Yeah.
But, a weird play for a guy like Brody Oliver to drop that pass. But not huge contact, but you can understand why it fell out of his hand.
So Oliver will be helped to the sideline. Sometimes you get hit just right on the head. It doesn't take much.
That's right.
And boy, I sure hope he's okay, but that's looking like a hit. You don't ever want to speculate, but just the way that they're helping him off, and that may be a precautionary thing. You may not see Brody Oliver again the rest of this game. So that's something big to look forward to, and we wish him all the best and in hope that they can help him get back to the field as soon as possible. One of the nation's leaders in receiving. 3rd down and 5. They give to Mayberry, and he's hit, and he's got the first down. When Mayberry gets ahead of steam, it's hard to stop him in under 5 yards. Needed 5, got 7. The chains continue to move.
He always just does such a good job of hitting the hole hard. He doesn't like to wait and try to find the open space. He just hits the hole where he's supposed to go, and is able to pick up a big boost of speed there to pick up the first down.
13:50 remaining in the 4th. Another good drive here by Colorado School of Mines, unfazed by what Dixie State has been doing today. They go right back to Mayberry, and he's hit immediately and driven back.
Wow, Shiloh Pritchard makes one of the biggest hits of the game, right in the A-gap. Comes downhill right at the snap, puts a helmet right in the chest of Mayberry.
On senior day, this senior getting it done as he makes the big hit, and then they combine on him to stop him after that.
And Shiloh Pritchard is deceivingly big. 6'1", 215 pounds, a huge middle linebacker, makes a huge play there on first down.
13:10 remaining. Here in the 3rd, firing, incomplete. Looking for Riley Hoff. Good coverage by Dixie State, and now it's 3rd down and 10. Would this be decision time for, too much time left here, but if Dixie State able to hold here, does Colorado School of Mines send the field goal unit out immediately, or do they try to go for a touchdown?
Well, it's kind of tough to say. You're kind of in that no man's land. You got to score 2 touchdowns at least. A field goal doesn't do a whole lot for you.
They try to go quick snap, hard count, try to draw Dixie State off sides, at least get 5 of the yards. It's unsuccessful. 3rd and 10. Snap to Harker, looking, rolls out, fires in zone, incomplete. Cameron Mayberry was wide open. As I think there was a miscommunication between linebackers and corners who were covering him and the safeties. Somebody released, he was wide open, but he couldn't spin around and get to it.
Yeah, he kind of comes delayed out of the backfield. He's supposed to be passed on to the safety, but he doesn't get caught by the safety. Wide open. And
here we go.
Parker just awkwardly lofts it in there, incomplete.
It's a huge play for the Trailblazers.
Question asked, question answered. 4th down and 10. Coach Brandon saying, this game's in the 4th quarter. We have to make something happen. On the other side, Coach McClure saying, hey, defense, dial me up a stop here. Snap to Harker, looking, fires, end zone, man is there, catch is made, 4th down, touchdown throw, and it's a one-score game again.
And Harker sitting on
play.
the ground after the throw, just looking over at the sideline with his hands up saying, how about that? And that's why this is a championship-level football team. 4th down, 4 guys coming for Dixie State, and he throws a strike in the middle of the end zone for the score.
And how about that? I mean, Brody Oliver just left due to an injury, but it's been David Summers. That's his 3rd touchdown catch of the game. He has been their go-to guy today as they've keyed in on Brody Oliver. The all-important extra point. The kick is up, and it's good. Anthony Yarbrough nearly got a finger on it, trying to jump up and block that kick.
And David Summers, 3 touchdowns on the season up to this point coming into the game. 3 touchdowns today. He's really burned the Trailblazer defense.
It's a big swing. How will Dixie State respond offensively? 12:49 to play. Dixie State leading 38-31. Let's take a 30-second timeout. Come right back on the Trailblazer Football Network.
There is a place where rocks bleed and nature blushes on a battlefield green with envy, where dimples determine destiny and a tiny wooden tee holds the outcome in the balance. There is a place where friends are opponents and opponents are friends, where the prize is elusive, the conquest is captivating, and the score isn't settled till the drinks are down. There is a place.
And welcome back. 12:49 to play. Dixie State leading 38-31 here in the 4th quarter. The Orediggers convert on 4th down for a touchdown. Marshall's kick out of the end zone. Dixie State will take over at its 25-yard line. Big, big, big drive here for Dixie State offensively. Andy, what do you look to see Dixie State try to do here on this drive?
Well, you're on the inside track. You've got a 7-point lead. You've got to keep pace here and score a touchdown. There's over 12 minutes left. That's a eternity of time in a game like this. You can't worry about going conservative, trying to drain clock. Just go with what's working, whether that's running or passing, whatever. Just run your offense full bore and go get 6.
I might go so far to say this is the biggest drive of the game for Dixie State. Offensively, snap to Sanders. They'll leave it with Seijay Luongo, and he's swallowed up, no gain. 2nd down and 10.
Yeah, just no room to run there for Luongo off to the right side of the formation. That's kind of been where Dixie State has struggled so far today, is being able to run the ball between the tackles. That one you see there swallowed up by 3 or 4 Ordigger defenders and starts this drive off with no gain.
2nd down and 10, clock at 12:20 remaining. At least got to move the sticks a time or two to keep that clock rolling with a 7-point lead. Snap to Sanders. Surveys his options. Pressure comes, fires downfield, has Osborne. Osborne can't bring it in. Good coverage by Mason Pierce as he's able to knock the ball out late. You knew that he was going to get to the ball just because of the big frame, the 6'7" target. A beautiful throw and better coverage.
And Pierce giving up 8 or 9 inches to the Dixie State receiver. I love the call, going deep, making a big play, but 3rd down, Mike Sanders has been awesome. He's got to be well over 50% still, and another one coming up big.
That was a big, great throw, and Osborne got to it, but all credit goes to Mason Pierce, getting the arm in there and knocking the ball out. Play clock down to 4 and to 3 on 3rd and 10. It's a bad snap. No, Fumble-Rooski. It's a Fumble-Rooski, and Seijay's going to go for a 1st down. He would have gone for more, but he slipped and fell to the turf.
Now the way that Sanders reacted to that snap, I think it was a bad. I don't know if that was on purpose or not, but Seijay Luongo makes something out of it. If that was a called Fumble-Rooski, that was unbelievable.
I'm going with Fumble-Rooski
we'll
still
give it the benefit of the doubt.
because Sanders did not panic. He kind of took a step and watched it.
And it was such a bad snap. There's no way that snap could have been that bad.
That's a gutsy call, if that's the case.
Connor Miller, Wildcat formation. He'll take 5 yards. 2nd down and 5. I mean,
there's some weird stuff happening in this game.
We're looking at that could potentially be our Jimmy John's play of the game, and it wasn't even a scoring play. Connor Miller, is he staying in at Wildcat? Connor Miller played quarterback at his junior college last year and was a very good one. And they're leaving him in at the Wildcat. High snap, Miller around the left end. He's stacked up after a pickup of 1. Do they give him 2? They're going to give him 2. It'll be 3rd and 3. At the very least, it's a different look that Colorado School of Mines has not been ready for. Now Sanders is going to check back in. Thing is with that, you could have Miller throw the ball. He threw for over 20 touchdowns last year at his junior college. He can throw the ball. Dixie State going to take a timeout. I'm not sure what that was. Connor Miller.
Timeout. Dixie State. They're taking charge of the half.
Did you see the same thing that I did?
Yeah.
That Miller was standing on the green grass.
He was standing in the field of play right next to the sideline, but he wasn't in the formation. He almost just looked like his hands were on his hips, as almost to be like a decoy. But they didn't end up running the play. I'm not sure. I didn't count if they had 12 men on the field. Obviously, you can't have 12 men in the formation. So kind of a weird play, and maybe it was a designed play like that. I don't know.
I mean, Halloween was a few days ago, so I mean, we're just seeing some crazy things happening in this ball game. 10:20 to go. Dixie State leading at 38-31, and it's 3rd down and 3. So what do you draw up? I mean, I don't know if Connor Miller is going back into the game. Drayson's heard me kind of harp on this over the last couple of weeks. He's a guy that I think should be really involved with the offense. We've seen him score multiple touchdowns out of that Wildcat formation. I think you could just do so much back there. If you even put him back there at the same time, with Say-Jay, he's not out there right now. But here we go. 3rd down and 3. In fact, I digress. He might be in there now. I think he's the receiver on the near side. 3rd down and 3. What do you draw up here? Say-Jay Luongo at the right hip of Mike Sanders. In the shotgun, Xavier Smith in motion from left to right. Now twins to either side. Big 3rd down here. Snap to Sanders. Looks right. Pump fake. Fires. Man is there, and it's incomplete, and there was a hold, and no flag going to be thrown.
And the first time in a long time a 3rd down pass doesn't get converted. Danzer was grabbed at the top of his shoulder pads right as the ball was being delivered. And
you don't see it there. I mean, it just was a little tug, enough to slow him down. And Dixie State going to have to punt with 10:15 remaining. Referees have not been real quick to throw pass interference calls on either side today. Kind of letting them play a little bit.
I kind of like that. I think it was slide enough to keep the flag in your pocket. It was a high pass.
Yeah, you can see it. You can see it either way, depending on which color jersey you're cheering for. I think. Cody Hobbs ready for another punt. And another decent one. Hoff will call for the fair catch as he comes up and makes the smart move to make the catch and not let the ball roll deeper into their own territory. And now it's on the defense. 10-10 to play. You got to make a stop here. If anything, you know that you have that 1 touchdown lead, so you give up points. I mean, you're not giving up the lead here, but you got to have a stop here. 10-10 remaining. But when you're a team looking for a season-defining and a program-defining win like this, that 4th quarter clock seems to go to a crawl. Read option. Harker's going to keep it, and he gets past the first defender, and he's going to lower the head and bangs into the 2nd defender and runs over Jalen Moore. He'll pick up 7 yards on the play. It'll be 2nd down and 3. Harker saying, I'm not afraid of you. Stiff arm here. Gets past the first would-be tackler. Lowers the shoulder. And runs right through Jalen Moore as well. 2nd and 3. 9:55 to go. And flags. What do we have? Did Dixie State jump off sides?
False start.
Nope.
62 offense. 5-yard penalty. Second down.
I saw Ty Heaton, especially the defensive lineman down there, kind of looking around with his hands out, asking what was going on. I thought, man, maybe they jumped off sides, but
They call that a false start on 62. Cody Olstead, he's listed as their center.
Yeah, he is standing over the ball right now.
Tough to get a false start on your center.
Maybe they called the wrong number out.
Perhaps.
Clock rolling, 9:30 to go. 2nd and 8 now instead of 2nd and 3. Harker stepping up, pocket closing. Oh, what a play by Harker. He finds Mayberry in the open field, and Mayberry may go to the 30 and knocked out of bounds by Trayvon Watson. What a play. That's all you can say. For Dixie State fans, you're not happy. We have a Dixie State player injured, and you can tell that he is in some major pain. Ripped his helmet off and threw it down the field, and he is writhing in pain. I'm not quite sure who that is, but back to that play. We're going to see it here. The pocket's collapsing. I don't know if this is a design or if he just sees him, and he just flips the ball to Cameron Mayberry, and Mayberry makes it happen with his feet.
Yeah, he just is able to get into an open area. The coverage is way downfield, and Mayberry just out of the backfield gets into a place, has no one anywhere near him. And obviously we see what Mayberry can do in the open field. He's way down there inside the 30, inside the 25-yard line for the Orediggers.
Down to the 22-yard line. It's 1st and 10, 9:16 to go in the 4th. However, all attention on the injured Dixie State player. You could tell by the player's reaction. We still don't know who it is. You could tell by the reaction that he knew something was wrong, and he is in some serious pain. Let's take an injury timeout. In fact, let's make it a 60-second injury timeout. Take a 60 and come right back on the Trailblazer Football Network.
Okay, we are inviting you to join us for Talking Point Live.
Coming to you, not necessarily live, but tape delayed on the Community Education Channel at 9:30, 12:30, and 4:30 daily, from what I understand. But you can also pick it up on our Facebook page at facebook.com/TalkingPointLive.
And respond to us, right?
Please,
on
let
Facebook.
us know, because it's important to understand not only how our conversation is going, but maybe how is it affecting you at home as well. All right, Eric Young,
Jennifer Kohler.
Talking Point Live. We'll see you.
Where do you find the titans of classical music in St. George?
And welcome back.
Classical music on Radio St. George, 100.3 FM. Where do you find the legends of jazz? Evenings on Radio St. George, 100.3 FM.
The audience back now. That's Sean Odell making the catch on the far sideline. It'll be 2nd down and 4. Gain of 6 on the play. Orediggers hustle back to the line. 8:39 remaining here in regulation. Snap to Harker. He'll leave it with Mayberry, and Mayberry's going to go to the end zone. He's in. Touchdown. 14-yard run, and it's a 1-point game.
And Harker has been playing with spirit the last couple series, especially after that fourth and 10 he converted last drive, and then the run he had earlier in this drive, and now Mayberry finishes it off. And they're closing it in and now, pending.
Interesting stat from Mayberry. That's his 19th straight game with a touchdown. Took him all the way to the 4th quarter with about 8.5 minutes to go to get that mark.
8:29 remaining in the 4th. All-important PAT. It is up, and it is good for Scott Marshall. Still has not missed one this season. 8:29 to play. We are tied at 38. 60-second timeout and back after this timeout. Trailblazer Football Network. Wow, I'm excited here. Stumbling over my own words. Let's just take a 30. I call for a 60. Let's take a 30 now since I decided to stumble over my own words for a minute. 30-second timeout and back at the Trailblazer Football Network.
There is a place where young and old make connections. Where kids feel like grown-ups. And grown-ups feel like kids. There is a place where beauty arises in contrast, where wonder is universal and laughter second nature. There is a place where friends find a future, families find each other, and feelings find their home. There is a place.
And welcome back. 8:29 to go. Dixie State tied 38-38 with Colorado School of Mines. And, you know, you'd like to have the lead still, but if anything, this is about all you can ask for. You know, midway through the fourth quarter, you're getting later in the game. You're tied. You can put your offense on the field and leave it up to the offense. This one will be returnable. 1 yard deep return by Isaiah Wooden. He's got the sideline. 30, cutting it inside, flag flies. 2 flags fly. It's coming back. He's all pumped up. He thinks he's brought it out to the 50-yard line, but there's a flag at the 15 and a flag at the 33-yard line. So the initial block that sprung the sideline open is back at the 15-yard line, and Dixie State may face its longest field of the day.
Yeah, they've been pretty lucky in this game to have good field position after punts and after kickoffs to have a short field to work with, but this is going to put them well back inside the 20.
You know, maybe they'll wave it off. I'm just kidding. Here we go.
There are 2 fouls on the play, both on the return team. Holding, 43, the penalties declined. Holding, 33 of the return team. Half this is the goal, first down.
Half the distance from the spot. That's big. They're able to take the one that was closer to the goal line, and now Dixie State is in a situation with 8:22 to go, and you're starting deep in your own territory inside the 10 for the first time today. Ball is spotted at the 8-yard line. It's a 92-yard field. Your job is at least to get out far enough so that if you have to punt, you can flip the field position. Here we go, 8:22 remaining. Snap to Sanders, play action, looking, fires, home run ball downfield, and it is caught! It is caught! Isaiah Wooden in double coverage! Oh my goodness, out to the 45-yard line! Holy Toledo!
And Mike Sanders essentially just throws up a 500 ball here, basically like a punt. Trusts his receiver in double coverage to be the higher man, and he hang times and nabs it right on the tip of the D there for a first time.
And he just takes it away from Logan Braden, who had his hands on that ball as well.
Snap to Sanders, pump fake, he's hit as he throws. And it's an incomplete pass. Colorado School of Mines trying to say that should be a live ball, and Sanders going to be a little slow to get up. Jailbreak there for the Colorado School of Mines defensive line. It's incomplete. He was hit as he threw.
Wow.
And it hit his guy. C.J. Luongo nearly caught the ball. I don't think he'd have been able to do anything with it if he
Ruling
caught
on
it.
the field is an incomplete forward pass. Second down.
Avery Mansfield, yeah, I agree. Avery Mansfield came out on a delayed blitz and drove Mike Sanders' big hit into the ground.
7:52 remaining here in the fourth quarter. Seems like this fourth quarter has taken longer than the other 3 combined. Approaching the 3-hour mark of this ball game. Snap to Sanders with 1 second on the play clock. Loads up, fires to the outside. Dantzler makes the catch, sprinting. He's knocked out of bounds inside the 30-yard line. What a play. And that catch will take DeJuan Dantzler over 200 yards receiving. The first 200-yard receiver for Dixie State since Nate Stevens against South Dakota Mines on November 1st, 2014.
And the Trailblazers go to the combination that's been working for them so well this game. Mike Sanders to DeJuan Dantzler down the sideline on a flag route, but kind of a post corner route. Gets him inside the 30-yard line at the 25. The Trailblazers are in business.
Dixie State with a 38-38 tie. 7:15 to go. First down. Blitz coming. Sanders lobs. Smith is there, and it is incomplete. Flag thrown. Pass interference. No question about that one.
And another gutsy call on first down, one-on-one coverage, throw a deep fade into the coffin corner of the end zone, and the defensive back just didn't get
Pass
his head around.
interference. 29 defense. 15-yard penalty. All right, first down.
It's Miguel Rosendo in coverage. You see, Henner just lobs it up. Rosendo doesn't get his head turned around, and he just kind of runs over him there at the end. That'll draw the penalty flag every time.
And oh my goodness, I've double-checked with that last catch. DeJuan Dantzler has now set the single game receiving yards record for the Trailblazers.
Wow.
231 yards, eclipsing the previous mark of 230 by Travis Brown at Colorado Mesa in 2006. The very first year of the D2 era. On first down, snap to Sanders. Firing, Dantzler's there, catch, touchdown! Trailblazers on top, 44, 38, 7:02 to play. DeJuan Dantzler, a record-breaking day continues.
And what aggressive play calling, another first down. It's their third first down in a row. They've thrown it, and he just throws a back shoulder, beautiful dart pass by Sanders. I'm blown away by his effort today.
Yeah, he's been tremendous, and you know, we talked about it a few times. Dantzler just knows exactly where to turn around. He gets right to the goal line, turns himself around, brings that one in to put the Trailblazers back on top.
A hugely important PAT. It is up, and it is good. Dixie State leads 45-38, 7:02 remaining in the fourth. 60-second timeout, and right back on the Trailblazer Football Network.
For over a century, Dixie State University has been shaping the Trailblazers of tomorrow by providing a culture of active learning, active life. With a paradigm of real-world experience, mixed with cutting-edge technologies and rich traditions, we provide one of the most affordable educations in the West, set against the most stunning backdrop on the planet.
Hey, I ordered a large veggie with garlic herb crust.
Veggie? I thought you were more of a meat eater's man.
Oh, I am, but now I can do both. Look, flavor patch.
How does that work? What happens when that's gone?
I've got Howie bread strapped to my legs.
Flavor fanatics love us because we make our dough fresh daily and have meal deals for any budget.
Hungry?
Howie's! Flavor fanatics welcome.
Welcome back inside the booth. 7:02 remaining in the fourth quarter. Dixie State regains the lead 45-38 over the number 6 ranked Colorado School of Mines or Diggers. The kick is off and it will be returnable. Farmer fields it at about the 10-yard line, coming down the right sideline, and is brought down by a few Trailblazers. No, how he stays on his feet, still on his feet, and going down. This one's going across the 50 into Trailblazer territory, brought down at about the 43-yard line. A great return there for Farmer.
Great call, Grayson. Play-by-play extraordinaire, Grayson Ball.
Well, at some point, someone had given me the nickname of LeBron James because I do a little bit of everything, but I'm not sure where that came from.
Didn't you give yourself that?
I mean, someone would just throw it out there, and I just figured,
Wow. Every time Dixie State does something here in the second half, it seems like Colorado Mines is there to respond. 6:50 remaining in a very short field starting in Colorado Mines territory. Isaac Harker as his team at the DSU 44. A turnover here would be just dandy for Dixie State. Harker fires to the near side. Pass is complete and banged out of bounds by Jalen Moore. It'll be a gain of 6 as the pass is complete to Sean Odell. And I believe the clock will stop. Now they're going to wind it. He's going to run. He's knocked out of bounds. He didn't get out of bounds. 2nd and 4, clock rolling. Dixie State defense has got to come up big here. The offense has done their job. Now it's up to this defense to get a stop when it needs to. Harker fires, and it is tipped and incomplete. Remington Kelly got in there, and Harker, you see him telling his guy, I wanted you to go deeper. Incomplete. Big third down.
Yeah, Kelly goes right past the tackle, gets both arms up, makes him kind of hitch throw it. Yep, and nobody was there.
(45-38), Dixie State on top by 7. 6:23 to go, a third down and 4, although probably 4-down territory for the Orediggers. They're going to go option out to the right side. Mayberry stumbles but stays on his feet, and he's got the first down. No, they're going to mark him back 1 yard shy. 4th and 1 upcoming. Can you imagine if Mayberry trips and falls on that play? You know, a couple of yards behind the line of scrimmage. Able to keep his footing, and they mark him back. 4th and 1.
All right, here we go. Fourth down.
If you're Dixie State, you have to watch for the home run ball here still. 4th and 1. They're going to try to get Dixie State to jump off sides. Will it work? Snap to Harker. Give to Mayberry, and he breaks through. He's going to score. Oh, no. 4th and 1, and he goes 35 yards to the house, and it's a 1-point game.
Just one level of defense there for Dixie State. Everybody up on the line of scrimmage, cover 0, and he doesn't get touched. One of his easiest touchdown runs, I'm sure, of his career.
Yeah, that one, Dixie State had just packed the box. They were expecting the run play there. Obviously, when you have an All-American running back, that's what you're going to go to in that situation. Trailblazers sniffed it out, but unfortunately, Mayberry just able to make a few guys miss and get into the end zone untouched.
Scott Marshall, a big extra point here, hasn't missed all year. And Dixie State put some pressure on him. Nope, he makes it. Game tied at 45, 5:51 to go. This thing keeps getting crazier and crazier. Both teams have now, well, that's the second 4th down touchdown for Colorado School of Mines. 30-second timeout, and back with the conclusion of this one on the Trailblazer Football Network.
From surgical suites to patient rooms to conference rooms. In scrubs, suits, or sneakers. With stethoscopes, computer code, or mops. We are all caregivers. Intermountain Healthcare. Healing for life.
It's a good old-fashioned RMAC shootout. There's been plenty of those this season inside the conference, and we've got one here. 45-45, 5:51 to go. It's returnable, and now Wooden is going to kneel on it. That's maybe the worst call I've ever made. 5 yards deep in the end zone. It's returnable, but initially it looked like it was going to come down about the goal line, and Dixie State will start at its own 25-yard line. We talked during the break that perhaps it's just going to come down to who has the ball last.
Yeah, and luckily for Dixie State, the timing, how it works out, they got a chance to score here, play defense, and maybe have the ball again. And maybe they will be the last ones to have, but the first things first, they got to figure out a way to keep the magic going and score on this possession.
Mike Sanders has been brilliant in this game. 27-42, 452 yards passing and 4 touchdowns. On first down, handoff to Luongo. It is C.J. Luongo. He'll go for 2 yards. It'll be 2nd down and 8. The Trailblazers will be content to just run some clock here on this drive. See how much time they can burn off the clock and hopefully punch it in. .5:25 remaining. Snap to Sanders. Play action. Looking. Fires. Oh my goodness. That ball, he's hit as he throws, and that ball came out. And he's lucky that was not a pick six.
Yeah, that one kind of just floats on him. As you see, he gets hit there right as he throws. That one
trying to find Xavier Smith.
That was
about 10 yards farther downfield.
But that was number 34 there. Mac Minahan was there almost to pick that one off. Had that one been a little bit more towards him, he would have been able to bring that one in for the pick six.
NC State is 7 of 13 on 3rd down tonight. It's 3rd and 8. Asking for another big conversion here. Snap to Sanders, has time, fires, and it's caught, no, dropped. Xavier Smith at the sticks. Pass is broken up, and Dixie State going to have to punt.
Great coverage by Rosendo, who's been awesome for him in between the hashes defending passes.
Good coverage.
Yeah, he gets his hand in there. That one, I thought initially that one might have been a little bit too much contact, but on the replay, that was a good angle. He just had his hand in there to prevent the receiver from bringing that one in.
5:11 remaining here in the fourth. And the last thing you wanted to see here was Dixie State having to punt the ball away. Snap to Hobbs. They bring almost nobody, and a booming punt by Cody Hobbs. It's fielded at the 25, and a return back out across the 30. But Cody Hobbs, a great punt to at least, I mean, it's decent field position for Colorado School of Mines. But Cody Hobbs is a tight end, folks. Punting today for Josh Carlson, who leads the nation in punting, by the way. And Cody Hobbs doing a fine job filling in that role. And it'll be a 67-yard field for the Orediggers. We'll see if Dixie State can dial up a stop defensively now. Now you have to. There's no choice. Snap to Harker. Great option. They leave it with Mayberry, and he'll pick up 3 yards on the play. Second and 7 upcoming.
And Dixie State needs to figure out a way to put pressure on it and get some hits on Harker. It's been a few series since he's been hit at all. And this is where they need to dial it up and bring it here on second down.
They're going to give him four yards on the run officially, so it'll be 2nd and 6. 4:35 to go here in the fourth. We're tied at 45. Snap to Harker. Leaves it with Mayberry, and he's hit and runs out of the first tackle, and he'll go for a first down. My goodness.
Almost an amazing play by Reinhardt, who did a run blitz and picked the exact right hole. But then we see Mayberry just do his all-star stuff and get around 3 tackles grabbing him.
And credit to the offensive lineman who was sticking with that play too and crushed the Dixie State player to the ground that would have had the best shot at actually wrapping him up and not just an arm tackle or whatever. But injured offensive lineman down for Colorado School of Mines. Hope he is okay. 4:18 to go. It'll be a fresh set of downs for the Orediggers. We are tied at 45 and a fantastic finish coming your way. Let's take a 30-second injury timeout. Come right back on the Trailblazer Football Network.
Camping World is here to help you connect to adventure and explore the outdoors with friends and family. Offering new and pre-owned RVs to fit every budget and thousands of parts and accessories for any need. Camping World has it all. With over 130 supercenters nationwide, you're never far from America's #1 RV dealer. No matter where your adventures take you, whether you need an RV, parts, or service, Camping World is here to help you every step of the way. Visit Camping World in St. George or shop campingworld.com today.
And welcome back. Applause from Dixie State and Colorado School of Mines fans alike. That's Joey Rosselli, the right guard, redshirt senior from Littleton, Colorado. And he's helped for a few years. Now he's walking under his own power. That's good to see. Still have not seen Brody Oliver since he was injured, which is not surprising, just of how he came off the field. Any time with possible head injury, you're going to be kept out, even if it's just precautionary. Here we go, back in play. Clock rolling, 4:15 remaining. Game tied at 45 and a fresh set of downs for Colorado School of Mines. Snap to Harker. They give it to Farmer, and he nearly breaks through. He'll pick up 4 yards. It'll be 2nd down and 6 at the Colorado School of Mines 48-yard line.
Yeah, backside blitz sent Alex Lilliard along that left side, and luckily for Dixie State, defensive lineman was able to hang on to his leg. Otherwise, it would have been a lot more.
Dixie State has not played in an overtime game yet this season. Well, you're looking at a possibility, though, with only 3:35 remaining. Dixie State only has 1 timeout left. Here's Farmer hitting the, no, it's going to be a face mask. A good stop, but it's going to be a face mask and 15 yards for Colorado School of Mines, and that could be a backbreaker for Dixie State.
Personal foul, face mask, number 3 of the defense. 15-yard penalty, automatic first down.
You have to see, because they can call 2 different types. They can call a hands of the face, or they can call a face mask, and it did not look, no, he did grab it, he tugged it back. That's definitely the 15-yard variety, and it's just, you're going through, you're trying to, with how tough these running backs are, you have to just try to get something and let your teammates get in there and help the rest of the way. And that went from a big stop to a huge penalty, and that changes things big time. 3:23 to go and rolling. 1st and 10 for Mines inside Dixie State territory to the 36-yard line. Parker, read option, he'll keep it, and he's stopped immediately by Abraham Reinhardt. Picks up 1 yard, 2nd down and 9 upcoming.
Yeah, this is a read option play that we've seen earlier in the game. They had a few successful plays on it. Parker just keeps this one after the fake, gets off to the left side, but Abraham Reinhardt is not fooled by that one. Minimal gain with just about half a yard on the play.
Colorado School of Mines content to just run the ball here, but then you've got to watch for when they could pull out the big throw. They'll leave it with Mayberry, and he's stacked up, goes nowhere. No gain. 3rd and 9. Clock rolling, 2:29 remaining, and you mentioned this in the first half, Andy. Coach Greg Brandon always seems to have 3 timeouts in his back pocket.
Absolutely, and Harker looking over to his OC, giving a signal like, let's get going here. We got to score. We ran ourselves into a 3rd and long, and now they're going to dial it up, I'm sure.
Big 3rd down here. I don't think with a tying ball game, if you can stop them here, at least without giving up any big gains, I don't think they would go for it at this point. 1:58 remaining. Snap to Harker. They're going to throw the ball. Passing situation. Fires. Has a man. And it is intercepted by Trayvon Watson. Oh, no. They're going to mark him at the 1-yard line, though. That's got to be a touchback. Now they're signaling for a touchback.
Yeah, I was going to say clearly a touchback. And I love the call by Dixie State's defense, sending 2 linebackers, A-gap pressure, forcing the throw up high, and it's got to be a touchback.
His momentum carries him back into the end zone.
You cannot mark this ball at the 1. I think they might, though. Alex Lilliard just kind of
The ruling on the field is that the interception occurred at the 1-yard line, and the defender's momentum took him to the end zone. By rule, the ball piece has the 1-yard line, first down.
I disagree. We're watching the replay here. Dixie State sends 5. Great coverage by Trayvon to come all the way over, and that's a touchback.
That's unbelievable to me. I mean, his momentum carried him into the end zone. I mean, if anything, I don't understand how that can be placed at the 1-yard line, because he didn't make an attempt to come out of the end zone.
It's not like he established himself at the 1-yard line either. Like you were saying, the momentum is clearly going backward. That's a tough call.
It's a tough call. It's a bang play for them down there. They don't have the commodity to be able to come and look at the replay, but this is huge now. Everything's got to be perfect for Dixie State out of its own end zone. Snap to Sanders, looking, fires, catch is made by Isaiah Wooden. At least give him some breathing room.
And time becoming an issue here for the Trailblazers. Just over a minute and a half to play. Just 1 timeout left for the Trailblazers. They've got to move the ball, and they've got to move it quickly if they want to have a chance to score here.
Snap to Sanders. And now whistle and a flag. False start.
Prior to the snap, false start, offense. Not all players got set. Half the distance, 2nd down.
That's just a result of you being in a hurry. Your offense, obviously, against the clock with only 1 timeout. Can't get all your guys set. That's going to be a false start every time.
So 2nd down and call it about 7 here. 1:27 to go. The referee's still standing over the ball. Here we go. 2nd down and 7. Again, pretty much out of their own end zone. Sanders looking, fires, man there. Catch made! How on earth did he make the catch? Xavier Smith! Oh my goodness!
We've seen some amazing plays in this game, but that may have been the best catch. Xavier Smith picks it with his 2 tall fingers out of the air in traffic. And another enormous throw and catch from Mike Sanders in a huge situation to get himself out of the shadows on an end zone.
I just am beside myself with how he made that catch. Sanders on 1st down, firing, has a man, it's Wooden, he's being tugged, and he makes the catch! Oh my goodness, again!
And the Trailblazers are moving the ball late in this game. 2 unbelievable catches to put them inside the 25-yard line. That pass interference will be declined. The Trailblazers are in business. 1:09 to go. 21 on the 20-yard line. And an unbelievable catch by Isaiah Wooden.
My, oh my. And with that throw, Mike Sanders has just broken his own single-game passing record. To the end zone one more time.
And he's holding him.
There's the hold.
Yep, that was a hold there on the Ore Diggers. A costly penalty. Number 24, it looked like, was holding him there on the near sideline.
Pass interference, 24, defense, 15-yard penalty, automatic 1st down.
NC State will have 1st and goal from the 5.
As Mason Pierce in coverage there, you see just gets his left hand up and is tugging on the jersey of the receiver there. Unbelievable drive for the Trailblazers. They have a chance to put this one in to go up and lead this game by a touchdown late.
57 seconds remaining. And we are, well, Andy's staying calm. Drayson and I are losing our minds.
I'm speechless. I can't believe these throws and catches.
We've got Wildcat formation. Connor Miller fakes the pitch inside the 5. And that's okay because you're forcing Colorado School of Mines to use a timeout. They may have to put a couple extra seconds on the clock. Connor Miller takes
timeout.
It inside the 5 to the 3-yard line.
That's their first charge time of the half. Game clock operator, please set the game clock to 52 seconds.
Ooh. I don't know about 52.
And I think
we'll keep it here.
And I think at this point, it's 2nd down. You got goal to go. They still got 2 timeouts. I mean, you obviously want to get into the end zone here, but you also don't want to leave them any time. You're at extra point range, if you will. But obviously, you want to be able to try to get the best of both worlds. You'd like to get a touchdown, but obviously, you want to be able to run the clock down as well, and not give them any time to have a return play or anything like that.
Dixie State. And Colorado School of Mines tied at 45 with 52 seconds remaining. Colorado School of Mines, 2 timeouts remaining. Dixie State, 1 timeout remaining. 1st and goal from the 3. Sanders back in at quarterback. Luongo at the left hip. What do they draw up? High snap. Give to Say-J. 2nd effort. Not going to get there. 46 seconds left. Down to 45. And another timeout will be called by head coach Greg Brandon.
Colorado School of Mines. That's their 2nd charge timeout of the half.
Where do they spot this thing? Boy, are they saying no gain?
Yeah, it looked like, they've marked it right at the 3. That's a no gain. Looked like on the 2nd effort, he might have got to the 2, maybe even to the 1.
Yeah.
Interesting spot.
I'd like to see that replay again. We've got, it's not going to change anything. But he was stood up at the line of scrimmage. 2nd effort. Line of scrimmage at the 3. 2nd, did they say that the knee went down right there? I guess the ball maybe comes back. He's bent backwards, so the ball comes back, and that's where the ball comes down.
Even and still you should give forward progress. It's the same thing on a catch. If you catch it and then you're tackled backwards, you still should be given forward progress. Interesting spot there. We'll see if it affects the Trailblazers on this play.
Here we go. 3rd down and goal from the 3. Still Wildcat formation with Miller. He's going to keep it. He didn't get in. He did not get in.
He's inside the 1, though. Looks like they're going to mark him. Timeout is called, so it'll be a 4th and inches with 40 seconds remaining, and the Orediggers are out of timeouts.
Orediggers have taken a timeout. You want to gamble here? 4th and inches and try to put this one on ice?
Well, timeout.
Here,
Colorado School of Mines. That's their final timeout of the half.
Here's the interesting strategy. If you go for it on 4th down, try to go for the touchdown, and you don't get it, like say they run a quarterback sneak and they don't get it, the ball will be placed inside the 1-yard line, and it'll be tough for them to get out of the end zone, especially with no timeouts. Or do you put A.J. Jurgensen on the field to try to boot this one through, but still give them 40 seconds to be able to score a touchdown and win.
I'm always a go-for-it guy, but you
have to get points. You got to keep here's the difference. Here's what I would have done. I guess there's no 1st down available, so never mind. That wouldn't make sense. And offsides at this point. You got to go for it. They got 40 seconds. Your defense has done okay. So kind of holding them back. They got no timeouts. You got to trust your defense.
This is less than an extra point for A.J. Jurgensen.
13-yard field goal, middle of the field to try to go ahead. Snap, hold is down, kick is no good. He missed it. He missed it. No flags on the play.
An unbelievable turn of events.
What are the Colorado School of Mines? Did it get blocked?
It didn't look like it got blocked to me. It looked like he just pulled it to the left.
Well, they get the ball at the 20. That's the difference between kicking the field goal and going for it. Yeah. And can you believe this?
And
red zone.
I hate to second guess coaching, and I'm not going to do that. But I would have liked to see just a quarterback sneak. Just put in Sanders or whomever, Easton Smith perhaps, and have a quarterback sneak.
36 seconds remaining for Colorado School of Mines. No timeouts. Parker, it's intercepted. Abraham Reinhardt. And Dixie State has it right back with 29 seconds remaining.
Can this game get any crazier? What have we seen in today's game? This is just unbelievable. Abraham Reinhardt comes up huge with the interception to put the Trailblazers right back in business. 30 seconds remaining. The Trailblazers will have it inside the 20-yard line at the 18. New life for the Trailblazers.
He sees it the whole time. He's baiting him to make that throw, the tip, the interception, and now Dixie State with 1 timeout. 1st and 10 from the 18-yard line. You can send Sanders out there and let them at least take a couple of shots like they've been doing at the end zone. Sanders will stand back up with 10 seconds on the play clock. Now to 8. Unbelievable. This 4th quarter itself has been crazy. Sanders looking, lobs, man there, catch made, touchdown Trailblazers! Xavier Smith, and Dixie State leads.
And the Trailblazers have found the magic in the 4th quarter once again, Carrick. Unbelievable pass from Sanders here to Xavier Smith, and the Trailblazers take a 6-point lead with 24 seconds remaining.
Sanders goes to his knees after he makes his throw, looking up to the sky. Unbelievable the amount of passes he's thrown where the receiver goes all the way across the formation and runs under a beautiful pass. This is unbelievable.
All-important PAT. Jurgensen hits it. 52-45. Dixie State leads by 7, 24.5 seconds remaining, 60-second timeout, right back on the Trailblazer Football Network.
There is a place where the desert comes alive, where rain breaks forth from solid stone and gardens spring from blistered rock. There is a place with enough color to make a rainbow jealous, where boulders are bigger than buildings and cliffs are higher than clouds. There is a place that will straighten your step, tighten your grip, widen your eyes, and open your jaw. There is a place.
And welcome back. All sorts of records being set today. Mike Sanders has broken his own single-game passing record, and with that touchdown pass, as this kick is going to be called, fair catch called by Farmer, and they'll get it at the 25. That touchdown pass.
Inside the 25-yard line. By rule, the ball is placed at the 25.
That touchdown pass for Sanders is his 5th of the game. Get these numbers. 31 of 48. 553 yards passing, 5 touchdowns.
You know, Carrick, I know you've seen a lot of Dixie State football. I've been watching them since 2005, and this may be the best performance by a player I've ever seen. Mike Sanders today has been unbelievable.
Has tied also a single-game record for touchdown passes. Here we go, 24.5 seconds left. Can't quite celebrate yet. This one is not quite over. Harker fires, center of the field, complete. And he's hit across the 50, clock down to 17 seconds. Boy, oh boy. Riley Hoff has been big today, making the catch, and he's going to hobble back to the line. He may need an injury timeout. He's going to try to stay in this game. 17 seconds remaining. Pass to the near side, and the catch is made, but he's kept inbounds short of the first down. Clock rolling down to 5, and a 4, and a 3, and a 2, and a 1. Will they get it off? They do get it off. Final play. Flag flies. If this is a false start, the game's over, Andy. If this is a false start, the game's over. I think it's over because of a 10-second runoff. Here we go.
False start. Offense.
10-second runoff. Game's over.
10 seconds subtraction.
Game is over.
Game clock will be at 0. Game over.
Dixie State wins! The biggest victory of the NCAA Division II era. The Trailblazers have defeated number 6 Colorado School of Mines 52-45. They clinched their second winning season in the last 3 years.
And we talked about David and Goliath, Eric, coming into this game and all the stuff that Dixie State needed to do, and they got some miraculous plays on both sides of the ball. That interception by Reinhardt was one of the best catches, caught a 100-mile-an-hour fastball, basically with one hand after the missed 1-yard field goal, and it gave Mike Sanders the ball again, and just an unbelievable, too many big plays to talk about. I'm just blown away by the overall performance by the Trailblazers. Biggest win on this field in the D2 era.
We've got Drayson Ball down on the field. We're going to try to get Coach McClure over. I don't know if he'll get him before he actually goes and talks to his team. They're helping Riley Hoff. He was injured on the second to last play of the game, which ended up being the last play of the game. And he went down as that game ended. Dixie State winning it 52-45. He's helped off the field. Hope he is okay. What a day and what a game for Dixie State, setting history. Drayson Ball is down on the field. He's going to try to get Coach McClure. I don't know if we'll get him before he actually talks to his team. try to get Coach McClure, and he may. Let's toss it down to Drayson Ball with head coach Shea McClure. Drayson, it's all you, buddy. Oh, Mike's not on.
They've been through so much. These young men that have been here for 4 and 5 years and seen the ups, and the downs of this program, and to really conclude their career here, I'm just happy for them. I really am. I'm so fired up for the seniors.
Coach, you mentioned your seniors led by quarterback Mike Sanders. Talk about what he's meant to this program after battling back from an early injury this season. What's he meant to you and your program this season?
Mike means everything, and not just on the field. Mike is such a leader off the field. He's such a mature young man. He gets through us everything. He's the calming factor out there, as every quarterback should be, but he truly is the epitome of what you need.
Coach, thanks so much. Congratulations on the win. Go celebrate with your team.
Appreciate it.
Garrett, guys, back to you.
Thank you, Drayson. Drayson Ball down on the field. I said his mic wasn't on, Andy. It turns out you have to have the right buttons pushed and the right volume sliders up in order to get sound. But we got it. We didn't miss really any of Coach's post-game comments, and we got those. Man, oh man, oh man. This team, as Coach said, has been through so much over this era. Oh, here we go. We've got, I don't know if you cameras can see that. You've got the Gatorade bath coming right behind Coach. And they get him. They get Coach McClure on the Gatorade bath. This is huge. You've clinched a winning season on Senior Day and an opportunity now to go and to win next week in Alamosa and get to a program record 7 wins. I know these guys have been 100% just disappointed after the last couple of weeks, and this makes up for it. Dixie State a 52-45 win. I mean, you mentioned that I've been around this program for a while, but so have you. I mean, you've got your brother coached here. You've been here. I mean, you've been here over 4 or 5 years now. I mean, you've seen a lot of Dixie State football, and I just don't know if we've seen anything like this.
I never have. I mean, the effort to come in here and the plays that were made. I mean, Karen, there were probably 8 or 9 take your breath away type highlight plays by Dixie State, going up and catching big passes. The spin move down here at the goal line, the interception at the end of the game. I mean, any one of those plays could be the biggest, best play of the season, and they all happen in one game. And that's exactly the effort and the production they needed to knock off this unbelievable Colorado School of Mines team. And obviously, like you've said, this is the biggest win of the D2 era for Dixie State.
Dixie State winning it, a lot to talk about. But let's take a break so we can digest it and come back, and so we can give Drayson time to breathe after sprinting back to the booth after getting down and interviewing head coach Shea McClure. Number Dixie State 52, number 6 Colorado School of Mines 45. Trailblazers win it. They clinch a winning season for the second time in 3 years. Trailblazers improved to 6-4 overall, 6-3 in RMAC play. Let's take the full 4-minute timeout. When we come back, it is the post-game show brought to you by Camping World. Ton to talk about, ton of stuff to get to. Let's do it. 4-minute timeout and back to wrap this thing up.
I'm Jimmy. This is my definition of fresh since 1983.
At Kneaders, we start simple, making bread from scratch with just a handful of ingredients. It's not the easy way, but it's worth it. Honest bread made without shortcuts. When you come to Kneaders, every loaf of bread, every sandwich starts here. Yes, it takes more time, but that's why we get an early start. Stop by today for dine-in, takeout, or drive-through.
Call it a path. Or way through. It can be arrow straight or have twists and turns. It's life's financial journey, and Mountain America Credit Union is here to guide you every step of the way. With timely advice and affordable products, this is your journey. Let's begin together. We're Mountain America, guiding you forward.
I take the road less traveled, run free, unwind, unravel someplace outside with lots to do. Green trees, red rocks, and don't forget that blue sky. The sunshine shining, sunshine pouring on me. Think I might just stay a while. Say hooray all day because the sun is gonna shine on me. Sun is gonna shine on me. Sun's gonna shine on me.
Where do you find the titans of classical music in St. George? Classical music on Radio St. George, 100.3 FM. Where do you find the legends of jazz? Evenings on Radio St. George, 100.3 FM.
Hey Dixie State fans, this is Carrick Stegmiller.
And Drayson Ball.
We're here to tell you about Trailblazer Weekly, our new show airing every Wednesday at 3 p.m. beginning on August 29th on CEC TV, the Dixie State Athletics YouTube page, and on Radio Dixie 91.3 FM.
On Trailblazer Weekly, we'll bring you in-depth interviews with Dixie State coaches, administrators, and student athletes. We'll also keep you up to date with all the latest Trailblazer Athletics news and game analysis.
Don't miss a second of the action. If it's anything Dixie State Athletics, it's on Trailblazer Weekly every Wednesday at 3 p.m. beginning on August 29th on CEC TV, the Dixie State Athletics YouTube page, and on Radio Dixie 91.3 FM.
Are we there yet?
Yep. We're here.
It's a short drive from your neighborhood to your naturehood. To find a neighborhood park or green space near you, visit discovertheforest.org.
(52-45), your final score. Dixie State winners. Yes, I said winners. Over the number 6 team in the country, and I'm not even shy about saying this is the biggest win in program history for the Dixie State Trailblazers, at least in the last 13 seasons of the NCAA Division II era. There is not this their second win over a ranked opponent, their first win over a ranked opponent at home. There's so many things to talk to. I have to write the recap for Dixie State Athletics, and it might take me the rest of the day to wrap this up. But what a day for Dixie State football and Dixie State in general to turn things around. As Carrick Stegmiller with Andy Thompson and Drayson Ball, we welcome you inside the Camping World postgame show. After the last couple of weeks, guys, I think that there was some feeling about, I don't want to say that the season being lost. You had the great start, and then 2 winnable games that you dropped on the road, and all of a sudden you're 5-4, 5-3 in conference, and you're saying, man, that's a tough matchup at home. And these guys came out and they poured every single thing they had into this football game, and I could not be happier for Coach Shea McClure, for these coaches, and for these players. And what better day to do it, Andy, than on senior day in front of friends and family. And, I mean, there's some of these guys that have been through thick and thin. You look at Remington Kelly, you look at Brad Duran, of all of those seniors that have been, 4-year guys. Ryan Wilson's been here 4 years. I don't want to miss anybody. Tyson Roberts been here 4 years. And to see where it was in 2014 maybe when they redshirted, or 2015, and then to culminate their home careers with this win, unbelievable.
And Coach McClure comes here, takes over, kind of has good success right away, gets the most wins in the D2 era, gets a winning record, then kind of
I think people thinking, okay, now's the time to make the next step. They've got to make the next step. And this win here is kind of a program propelling victory here at home, at the beautiful new Trailblazer Stadium in front of the home faithful. And as you brought up in the break, Carrick, 5-0 at home. They've put on a show for St. George fans all season long, and it couldn't have culminated in a more unbelievable way in a game that just had so many highlights you can't even count them.
Drayson, what are you thinking over there? I know you had just a hoot watching me during that game, calling that game, and we're getting fun. A couple of Dixie State alums up here watching their team, and it's a culmination too of, here's the thing, guys. I'm from St. George. I grew up here, and other than 2 years and then another 9 months of my life, this has been home my entire life. I grew up coming to Dixie College football games during what some may call the glory years. And so I've been able to watch this football team for a lot of years, and to see it culminate to this and to be able to be a part of it is just, number one, it's humbling, and number two, just I'm at a loss for words for it. So, Drayson, what are you thinking over there?
Well, I think Coach McClure summed it up best. I asked him about what his seniors meant, and specifically Mike Sanders to this team, and you could tell he got a little bit emotional talking about Mike Sanders, and you can just tell that he really cares about his players, and that's the most important thing to me. I think when you have a coach that can care about his players that much, to be able to get their respect and get their trust, that's the most important thing for me. So credit Coach McClure, for this victory and what he's done with this program over the previous couple of years since he's been head coach. Obviously, we got to give credit to the players who were out there, battled their heart out. Obviously the Trailblazers gained almost 700 yards of total offense for the day. The Orediggers came in only allowing a total of 342 yards. The Trailblazers double that in today's victory. It's a credit everywhere associated with the Trailblazer football program, and credit to Coach Shea McClure, all of his assistants and the players. Like you mentioned, Carrick, the biggest win in the school's history, and it couldn't have happened to a better team and a better coach.
I'm telling you, it's going to take me forever to write this recap tonight, because you point out the total offense. That's another school record in the D2 era. Single game total offense record, 692 yards. We've seen it all. And you kind of have to do that to beat a team like this, don't you?
Yeah, I mean it took every ounce of that to get the victory. Anything less, they would have lost, honestly. And for Mike Sanders, threw for 550-plus yards and 5 touchdowns, no picks, no mistakes. He played the perfect game. It was just an unbelievable, best I've ever seen here at Dixie State from a quarterback.
Let's jump into some stuff. We've mentioned a few numbers already. The record-setting 692 yards of total offense. Look at this, 692 yards of total offense on 11 less plays than Colorado School of Mines. Dixie State finishes with 553 yards of passing through the air. They get up to 139 yards rushing. It's not quite that 150-yard magic number mark that we've talked about, Drayson and Andy, in the past couple of weeks, but it was enough to where I think they had to respect, Say and Lawrence Starks and Connor Miller coming in the Wildcat, to where Dixie State had its way in the pass game. And on paper, you looked at it, and you could see that coming into this football game, that I just lost my mic. You guys there? There we go. Maybe I bumped something. There we go. Crazy things still happening. We're still here. We're still rolling. Dixie State and Colorado School of Mines coming in to this football game. Colorado School of Mines was giving up about 250 yards a game through the air. So they knew that there was something they could exploit. They took advantage of it, and they were able to do what they needed to do. Dixie State, 7 of 15 on third down, 1 of 2 on fourth down. How about Colorado School of Mines? 2 of 3 on fourth down. Guess what both of those plays resulted in?
2 touchdowns, yeah.
2 touchdowns. Everything that Colorado School of Mines did for Dixie State to win this football game is just incredible. Let's point out some individual numbers and some of the other. First of all, I'm just going to say it right now. Well, do you have to split it on a day like this? How do you split up 2 different records? Do you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
How about? Let's just jump into our DSU campus dining player of the game. It's between Mike Sanders, 31 of 58, 553 yards, 5 touchdowns. 553 yards is a single-game record. 5 touchdown ties a single-game record. But DeJuan Dantzler, who caught most of those passes? 11 catches, 241 yards, single-game record, and 3 touchdowns, I believe, ties a single-game record.
Yeah, he was amazing.
So here we go. It's open
tough.
for discussion. I don't know if you can separate those two because it's up to him to make those catches. But Mike Sanders put his throws on the money.
Well, I think, like we said a bunch of times during the broadcast, that was the connection that was working most for the Trailblazers is the Sanders to Dantzler catch. I mean, I think I don't want to take anything away from Mike Sanders' performance because he was unbelievable and he's the reason we won this game. But I want to also highlight DeJuan Dantzler. There was a couple plays where he was able to make extra yards happen and get a lot of yards after the initial catch. One I remember went for about 60 yards or so near the end of the first half, I believe, a 5-yard slant play, but he gets all the way down inside the 20. And so I think I'm going to give mine to Dantzler just based on the fact that I think he might have gotten a little more yards than he might have normally have.
Andy, what do you think?
Well,
I'm soft when it comes to stuff like this, so I have to split it.
Give it to both of them.
I mean,
I thought you said the option wasn't to split. I thought you said we had to pick a side.
He put you on a spot. Now he's going to do the duel here.
I mean, you said we had to pick a side.
I did not say that we had to pick a side.
Okay, well, I mean, if we can split it, obviously we'll
get
both
look,
players
you
of the game.
You take Danzer, I'll take Sanders.
I'll take both.
You can take both.
Here we go. Your your campus dining players of the game, DeJuan Dantzler and Mike Sanders. I mean, this is a day that both of those will never forget. Everything that Mike Sanders has been through, to see this performance here is just incredible. I mean, it's almost, do what you can not to get emotional just thinking about it because, I mean, you can make it 30 for 30 about everything that he's been through since he's been here at Dixie State. Redshirting a year, hurt in fall camp, can't play until like week 5, and then he's able to turn around and do things like this. I mean, on senior day, this is the last time he'll play a home football game in his career. And along with Brad Duran, he had some big catches in the game. Remington Kelly, I mean, all of these seniors, just incredible. Absolutely incredible. How about our Jimmy John's play of the game? There's so many. I mean, how do you not have it be the touchdowns, but then how do you not have it be Abraham Reinhardt's interception?
I mean, because the play that he made, that ball was thrown 100 miles an hour, like I said before, and he gets one hand on it and brings it in. If that game goes to overtime, that's a tough one to win for Dixie State.
Yeah.
It's coming off that 11-yard field goal that was missed, and that totally jerked the universe around for Dixie State and allowed them to win that game. I agree. That's kind of tough to argue with, but there were also obviously a ton of offensive plays.
No, I mean the 2 catches on it didn't. That drive didn't result in points, but what it did, at the very least, it flipped the field. And because at Dixie State doesn't make that drive to get out of. I mean, we forget that the Trailblazers started that drive at the 1-yard line, and they got down to the 1-yard line.
I mean, I think the 500 ball that was caught right here that Sanders just put up in his own
That's what I mean.
zone.
Xavier Smith makes the catch here, followed by Isaiah Wooden making the catch down here. And like I said, that drive didn't result in points, but it flipped the field and created, there's less than about a minute left. Colorado School of Mines is thinking, hey, let's get into scoring position. Maybe we can win it with a field goal. And their kicker's fantastic. So they're thinking, get to the 30-yard line and we probably have this game. So Harker, he's such a great quarterback that he's trying to force it, trying to make things happen, and he just didn't see Abraham Reinhardt in the middle of the field.
And how about the play earlier when they're going down to score? You have to help me out if they're going in to score to win, but Trayvon Watson gets the interception in the end zone.
Yeah, it kept it a tie game.
You can't turn this guy over, and they put pressure on and they turn him over.
Yeah, he only had, I think, 4 interceptions coming into this game, and Dixie State intercepted him twice, and at least made him uncomfortable to the point where he I don't have anything in front of me that shows how many sacks that we had today. It does not show it on the stat sheet. We can probably pull it up right here on a defensive sack.
And while you're doing that,
but,
Garrett, let me just throw my name into the hat. For first play of the game, let me take you back to the end of the first half. It's a 3rd and 26. The Trailblazers are on their own 41-yard line. A 3rd and 26. You're way backed up going into halftime. They complete that pass on 27-yarder to Xavier Smith, and then on the following play, a 32-yarder to Isaiah Wooden for the touchdown. Give credit on that 3rd and 26. Not a lot of plays will go 26 yards on 3rd down to pick up the first down.
Yeah.
That was key going into halftime to have a touchdown lead.
Yeah, absolutely.
And if you go into the halftime tied, it's anyone's ball game, but that was a huge momentum swing late in the first half in order to go up one score into halftime.
I mean, just incredible. So many plays all game long, but I think for me, I think we're handing it out to that Abraham Reinhart interception. I mean, just flipped it right back, and I said it right before the touchdown pass. You know, I think sometimes, and this is kind of, I think, contributed to some of Dixie State's red zone woes this year, that they get inside the 5, and in years past, and even earlier this year, that's C.J. Luongo territory. Give it to C.J., he'll get you 5 yards or 3 yards automatic. And teams are just keying in on that, and that it hasn't worked for the second half of the season for one reason or the other. And so since they weren't trying to force the ball up the middle, you get that interception, you're sitting about the 20-yard line. And I said the words, literally, now that they can let Mike Sanders step back and do what he's done all game long, and he found his guy in the end zone, Xavier Smith, making the touchdown pass. He threw touchdown passes to 3 different guys today. 3 touchdowns to Dantzler, and then 1 to Wood and 1 to Xavier Smith. So Abraham Reinhart gets that the interception, the play of the game for me. Just so much to talk about here. Records that I know of off the top of my head, just to recap. I'm going to have to go in and do some deep research before I put the game recap out completely. But Dixie State, total offense, single game, 692 yards record. Mike Sanders breaking his own single game passing record, 553 yards passing. DeJuan Dantzler, and tying a single game record with 5 touchdown passes. DeJuan Dantzler, 241 yards receiving, a single game record. And I think the 3 touchdown catches also ties a single game record. That puts him up with company like Joe Don Duncan. So that's pretty good company to be in if you're DeJuan Dantzler, one of the only All-Americans that this program has seen in the D2 era. So Dixie State winning it 52-45. I think we probably have some second half highlights. Let's take a look at those, and then we'll wrap it up with some final thoughts if we have those back in the truck. Here we go. How about this? The only rushing touchdown of the game for Dixie State, and it was Lawrence Stark, and it was a beauty.
Yeah, an 8-yard rush here from Starks is able to just spin off away from a couple of defenders and goes untouched from there into the end zone. Great run.
And this is that drive and that throw downfield. That's Xavier Smith making that catch. This is just Isaiah Wooden making the catch. And I don't want to take anything from him, but does he really have any business making this catch in double coverage?
No,
you know,
not really.
He did have the better position, but he goes up and that flips the field. And then very next play, and that's the go-ahead touchdown. That's DeJuan Dantzler making the touchdown catch. But DeJuan Dantzler, what a game. 11 catches, 241 yards. That was the record-setting catch right there. You mentioned it throughout the game, Andy, as we look at DeJuan Dantzler making that catch from another angle. Mike Sanders just seems so comfortable back there. It doesn't matter what's coming at him.
He just kind of throws him open on that play because it was good coverage, but then he just floats it over the defensive back and before the safety gets there.
There's Smith finding DeJuan Dantzler for one of his 3 touchdowns. Colorado School of Mines, though, made things interesting. This is Harker throwing it. Trayvon Watson coming up with the interception that was downed at the 1-yard line. We think he stepped on the goal line. Probably should have been a touchback. And there's Isaiah Wooden. I mean, how many big catches did Isaiah Wooden make today? I mean, some of your shortest receivers, 5'6", 5'7" type guys have went up and made huge catches today. And there's Xavier Smith. I mean, it just in double coverage catches that they probably have no business making, and they're that talented that they do. And then there's the game winner right there, Xavier Smith into the end zone, and he's flying back down the track. Hey, no cleats on the track, Xavier. Don't you know that? Dixie State winning it 52-45, and man, what a game and what a day here at Trailblazer Stadium. Final thoughts, guys. I mean, it's the first time we've done this 3-man crew thing, and now I think we might have to do it on every game going forward because they just, if you're superstitious, you can't change things up. This is the last home game of the season, but we'll have some decisions to make next year going into next season. But Dixie State 5-0 at home for the first time. That's another record, 5-0 at home for the first time in the D2 era. And, man, what a day. Final thoughts, Andy, before we wrap this thing up.
Great for the university. Just feel really happy for Coach Mack, who's come in here and done some amazing things. And, you kind of brought up the lull the last couple games and winnable games, but then to come back home and to do something so special to end things out here on your home slate, get this win, you just got to feel great for the seniors and Coach Mack.
And gotta give a lot of credit to the community for coming out to support this game. It was very well attended. I would venture to say it was up close to the 5,000 mark here. The West Grandstand was pretty well filled.
Yeah.
Let's give a lot of credit to them who came out and support the Trailblazers on the last home game of the season. They were just crazy, unbelievable. They were a very good crowd, and I think that helped propel the Trailblazers to the best win of this program's history.
Certainly in the D2 era, at least. I think there was probably some big wins in the junior college era that, some Dixie Rotary Bowl wins and things like that, but nothing in the last 13 years that has come close to what we witnessed today. What a game. Your players of the game brought to you by DSU Campus Dining. Again, just to recap, Mike Sanders, Dwan Dantzler, your Jimmy John's play of the game, the interception leading to the game-winning touchdown by Abraham Reinhardt. What a game. History made at Trailblazer Stadium. Now, you have to remember, you got one more game and an opportunity to make more history next week. If Dixie State is able to finish off the season with a win at Adams State, you get to 7 wins, and that would be the most wins in a single season in the D2 era. And it certainly is. It'll be another tough task. It'll be kind of like this game, but not quite as good. Adams State, very talented team. One of the nation's top passing teams, so that passing defense is going to be tested again, but it's a defense in Adams State that gives up a lot, so you could see Dixie State put maybe the same amount of points on the board next week, and I think it'll be not as good of a run defense, so I think you'll probably see Seijay Luongo, finish the season on a high note as well. That'll do it from us here at Dixie State University and at Trailblazer Stadium, and that'll do it for our football announcing this season, unless Drayson, Andy, you want to make a road trip and drive over to Alamosa next week. It's only about a 10-hour drive. You know what I mean? But this will do it for our home slate this year. A perfect 5-0 at home. The lone road victory so far is the win at Black Hills State in September. For our CEC TV crew, we thank them. For Paul, our radio producer back in the ESPN Sports Radio 97.7 FM studio, for Drayson Ball and Andy Thompson, this is Carrick Segmiller thanking you for not only listening today, but listening all season. It is my honor and privilege to be able to call these football games. A few changes were made this year. I did not travel with the team this year. It's a change. It's been a little bit different for me. It's been a little bit hard to watch the games from the road, but some changes were made just so I can help out with some more home events, and I think it's worked out well, and we've gotten to call some great football here at Trailblazer Stadium. So I'm humbled and privileged to be able to bring these games to you. We thank you for listening today. This is Carrick Segmiller bidding you a very fond farewell today and for the home schedule this year. Remember to tune in with all the links, DixieStateAthletics.com. You can watch next week's game at Adams State. Find the link at DixieStateAthletics.com. Thank you. Have a great day, and go Trailblazers.